Um, you are seeking the ritual of the second sundering, the spell that created uh, Evermeet. It was a cataclysmic event that saw the deaths of many thousands of individuals and changed the face of the planet geographically in its cataclysmic power. Um, all involved in the ritual died except for one, and it was quite the event. It was quite the event. You guys have decided you want this ritual. You want to modify it, change it, and try and use it so that you can cast the Iron Fae out of the Feywild without having to risk uh, destroying your own army and not having to genocide your enemy. Um, you have come here and you have spoken with the council, and frankly, having a hard time convincing them, and rightfully so. The Second Sundering was not a good thing that happened to the world. So naturally, they are very cautious. They have summoned to them a judge sent by the divines, a sphinx of great power and wisdom, who is to judge you all personally and as a group to see if you are worthy. You all face moral challenges. Some of you pleased the Sphinx with your abilities. Some of you did not with your choices. But as you came together as a party, you made some very compelling arguments for the moral questions that he posed to you. And in the end, it is meant to come down to your Archmage to see if she is worthy or not. Yeah. Um, you guys are told by the Sphinx, like, we will see what happens, and simply kind of comes to rest at the front of the throne room as you guys wait for the tests of Nithroyal to come to an end. And you guys begin to wait. Um, the various counselors all sort of stand and kind of carouse around amongst themselves as well, kind of losing the intense formality of the situation. It's just kind of become a waiting game where some of them have rose from their seats, others have not. The Sphinx itself has become somewhat passive, just kind of sitting cross-pawed in front of it. And all of you are meant to wander. Horlick is sort of leaning against a pole. Um, uh, Aligarthus paces a little, seemingly a little uncertain. And all of you are made to wait. And I will say, having completed your trial with the Sphinx, some time has gone by. At which point, Aligarthus, with some worry to him, kind of comes to you all. Says, "What do you think is taking so long? Is I I don't mean to make any assumptions or offend in any way, but may I ask, do you all truly believe that Nithroyal is up to this challenge to convince them?"
Rithroyal is an exceedingly skilled mage. One of the most skilled I've ever had the privilege of coming in contact with. And I'm likely as old as anyone else in this room. And she kind of looks at the people on the dais.
Yep.
But they're not responding well to the book.
The book? You mean Nithroyal's book?
Yes.
Well, I'm pleased to hear you have faith in Nithroyal. We do have other. I mean, I just want to pose the option that we do have other powerful wizards to call upon, do we not?
You do indeed.
Just mean to put the option forth. You all have great faith, and I simply just don't know you all. I just mean to put all the options
Should we
forward.
call Mordenkainen? Trixie?
I don't know that he wants to help, but we could
Well, he might
ask.
not want to help, but he does seem to have a soft spot for Tasha. Yes?
Yes, they're friends.
Why don't you give him a call? I should give him a call. I can give him a call. You actually.
Aligarthus goes, Tasha? Like the wizard?
Yes.
Do you know Tasha? That's incredible.
Yes.
You'll know. Wow, you'll know
Indeed,
a lot of people.
Tasha will be central to the performance of this ritual.
Wow.
We've traveled a lot. We've met a lot of people. We're gathering a lot of people for this whole thing. So, you know.
And this Mordenkainen, you know, the great Archmage Mordenkainen too, my.
You know, I
Yeah.
do. And he is not an elf. So he's not going to be able to plane shift here. Do you need to meet, like, we can get another wizard here, but it might not be an elf. How does that work?
Aligarthus will. I'll roll for Aligarth to see how much he is aware. He goes, I admit I don't know much. My father's domain is in the Misty Forest, and I am merely a visitor here. All I know is that the abjurations are meant to make approaching Evermeet incredibly difficult for anyone, especially non-elves. I think we saw at sea how some of the defenses were only perceivable to we elves. Your silence spell is on, unfortunately.
So sorry.
Right.
I wonder if there's a dispensation, a charm, or something that one of these fine folks might have if they ever needed to invite someone on to Evermeet. This rock has been here for a while. This cannot be the first time someone has ever. It has been convenient to have someone teleport here. Someone has thought about this. How embarrassing if nobody has thought about
he
this.
He is the great. If you mean to summon the Mordenkainen, he is the Mordenkainen. I would like to see if you could make it happen.
Oh, fine. Sending.
Okay.
Mordenkainen. Viv.
Like, oh no, my ex-wife.
Viv. Wanna attempt the ritual of first summoning? Because that's what it's gonna take to free the Feywild. Tasha was hoping for your assistance.
You lost I believe your was where it cut out. But I'm sure the rest can be insinuated. Make me a big old persuasion check, because that's crazy, man. That's gonna be Mordenkainen. Whoa, you're crazy, dude.
Vivian knows her prey.
That is terrifying.
That's a 19 on the dice, and I think I have something like a plus 17. I'm about to check my character sheet. I think my persuasion is a plus 17 because I have expertise in it. Buffering. Apologies, folks.
No problem.
Yes, that is a plus 17. So let's see. Is that a 36?
Oh, shit. Level 20. Level 20. There's a pause. There's definitely a long enough pause. Eventually you get, right. Just a moment. Be there soon. Yep. Be there soon. And that's kind of what you get. And it does take a moment. perhaps some of you might imagine Mordenkainen in his hellish tower, sort of like rummaging through shit and getting out a crystal ball and scrying on you guys, like, okay, I know where they are, and like, throwing that over there, and I was like going through his spell book and preparing the right spells, and like, okay, this is all right. Oh, my gosh. And he's like packing a quick bag, and um, ding! You guys aren't there for it, but I'm acting it out because it's funny. And as you're standing there, like it takes about 5 minutes. You're like, okay, it's gonna like show up at any point here, and you guys hear this like tone sort of like comes in. Everyone sort of like looks around, and then there is this flash of like sort of like hellish color, flame, and sort of some of that Avernus ash and dust and char sort of scatters along the ground at his feet. And you see the one and only Archmage Mordenkainen with pointy ears. And he sort of, everyone looks at kind of in dismay for his arrival, and he goes, nothing a little true polymorph can't fix, and just kind of dusts himself off a little bit. And he goes, yes, Vivian, you called. I heard you wanted to perform the first sundering.
Absolutely.
Well, the second sundering, to be specific. How exciting.
So here's what's going on. The Iron Fae have gotten a little uppity, and they've decided that they want to come into the Feywild, and it's a problem because they're going to keep coming, and we don't really want to commit to a war of genocide because, other than the fact that it's ugly, we're going to lose a lot of people. So instead, we're going to break off their little world and send it aloft, and that way it can grow as much as it wants to without affecting anybody else.
Right.
Right. That's what we're in the middle of.
Oh, yeah, sure, whatever.
So we're here to get the ritual, and then you and Tasha and the rest of the Archfey can do your magic, and we'll just be done with this whole thing. But we wouldn't dream of doing something like this without you.
You see your flattery is not wasted. He kind of like see his shoulders go back a little. He goes, "Of course, I must admit, however, wait, no, this second sundering. You mean to alter the spell to do the inverse of its original creation? You mean to take something out? Oh,
Indeed.
interesting.
You understand why you're our guy.
Was Tasha not up to it? Did she not think she could handle
No,
it?
but she realizes that this is a team sort of thing. I mean, the first time, how many lives? Now, granted, they were elves, but we can do that.
They were elves. That's. He goes, true. And I was like, well, very well. I accept your offer, a most interesting offer. Yes, let us perform the second sundering. You hear like a excuse us, and Morgan kind of goes, well, turns around, sees the whole council who is like listening to this.
There's a bit of a challenge that has to be done first, but you're up to anything, right?
Oh, of course. A challenge? What sort of, why? What challenge?
We don't know.
All of you were so unhappy with Nithroyo. You were, and you know something? So are we. I present to you the Archmage Mordenkainen.
And Mordenkainen will a little ostentatiously bow. And no history check required for these elves. Mordenkainen has quite a reputation.
And Vivian steps forward just a little bit. I am so profoundly confident in his ability to meet whatever your expectations and indeed exceed them. So let the Archmage speak for himself. And she hovers back and lets him take the stage.
Mordenkainen, he's really feeling himself right now. He's up there. Today's a good day for him. And he goes, So, a test you wish to put. Sorry, who are all of you again? And and they all are like some of them are you see the oh, what's his name? You see the High Admiral Asildar sort of like he kind of like he sort of like smirks and kind of like laughs into his hand. The others are uh like a little caught off guard. The High Marshal Blackhelm says, "We are the High Council of Evermeet. It is we who you must appease." Um, Mordenkainen says, "Then why is there a Sphinx here?" Uh, and they go, "Excuse me?" And he goes, "Well, Sphinxes are great judges, are they not? Are you having trouble judging?" They're like, and they're kind of, he goes, "If you have a challenge, please let us get on with it. We have exciting things to do, and you're kind of getting in the way." And they're like, they're aghast, and the Sphinx sort of like turns and kind of like looks at the council in their disbelief and says, you counselors wished for a capable archmage. I see one before me for testing." There's some looks that kind of go over to the High Scribe. Says, "I will summon the Grand Mage, and he will meander up out of the way." More, and you guys wait for not very long. Um, uh, they're going to come into the room, and I'm just going to say the Grand Mage alone sort of comes into the room and uh, sort of walks over and says, "Archmage Mordenkainen, Adarana Shan, welcome in this place. It is a great honor to have one such as yourself in these halls." He goes, and he just kind of nods and doesn't really return the courtesy, not out of like assholery. You get the sense just kind of his ego is like really big right now. He goes, "You had some test from me. You're who?" And she says, and she just kind of smiles, maybe perhaps biting back a little bit of tension there. She says, "I am Grand Mage Brethil Olithir. I am responsible for the direction of all magic here in Evermeet." Just I see. So you're supposed to be very skilled then. Very well. Pose to me your tests, your trials. She goes, "Very well. I have a series of questions to begin with and ask you." He goes, "Oh, right, very well. Well, bring it on." She says, "Many cantrips refer to fire or flames in their name, but they can have wildly varying effects. Which of the following cantrips do not damage a target? Control flames produce," and he goes, "Control flames." She goes, "Probably you are Archmage Mordenkainen. Okay, which of these first level spells can be used to incapacitate a target?" Mordenkainen rolls his eyes, and she goes, "Tasha's Hideous Grimace, Tasha's Hideous Visit." He goes, "It's Tasha's Hideous Laughter, please, please." And she goes, "Very well. What if we skip to some of the later questions, perhaps?" The sixth level spell, Disintegrate, is a powerful damage spell that does a massive amount of force damage. Additionally, what happens to a character killed by Disintegrate? Before she can even get out the multiple choice, he goes, "Disintegrated into dust. Pile of dust. Moving on." He goes, "Wish is a ninth level spell. It is perhaps the most powerful spell in all the world, allowing the caster to do just about anything. So long as, of course, their gods agree. However, under most circumstances, casting Wish immediately significantly weakens the caster, in which cause does not occur. When, oh, these are kind of dumb. She goes, when you choose one of the explicitly listed descriptive effects, when you choose it to use it to reverse another spell, or you choose it to replicate a lower level spell." Mordenkainen says, "Trick question. They are all fine. Where's the fourth option?" She goes, "Okay, I see. Yes, you are a very talented mage. What is the highest level spell?" He goes, "Ninth. I have true polymorphed myself to become an elf and infiltrated your island in under 5 minutes. Can we move on?" And he goes, And she like turns around, the judge and the Sphinx just kind of shrugs at her. She goes, "Tell me, Grand Mage Mordenkainen, one last question. Why should we allow you and your companions such dangerous lore that sundered the entire world?" And he'll kind of like look around and say, "Well, I have those are the most smartest minds waiting back in the Feywild, where time is pretty much limitless. I have all of these people who are essentially walking demigods, who are almost as powerful as me, and I, of course, am Mordenkainen, the great Archmage. If there was anyone who could do it, it is I. And I have many, many close associates who would be capable of doing similar things. Um, yes." She goes, "You're quite arrogant." He goes, "Of course I am. I'm an Archmage." And she goes, "Well, she turns around, looks at the Sphinx again for help, and says, he's just kind of like got a big grin on his face. He goes, "I have judged the companions worthy, and now we have before us an Archmage of no small amount of talent who should be able to achieve satisfactory results of their intentions. If there is a more prepared group of individuals to the task, I suspect it would take eons for them to be collected again. Was there more you required, Grand Mage?" Kind of sort of swallows and kind of goes. She looks past Mordenkainen and says, "So all of you will insist upon using the Archmage Mordenkainen for the extensive recreation of this spell. You intend to use it for good purposes, honorable purposes, and for the safety of all, the greater good and such?"
Indeed.
That is the plan.
As we've stated earlier, it was never our intention to simply attempt this spell with the best individual we could find lying about. This is truly a significant effort on the part of everyone interested in preserving the Feywild.
She nods and says, she looks back to the council, and you see that there is some like agitation to them, that they've kind of like, in this last minute, you just like pulled your trump card out of your pocket and just whipped out Mordenkainen. And so there is like a look of like this slight dissatisfaction at the result of this. But like they posed a trial and the terms have been met, and the God sent judge agrees. And so they kind of swallow their expectations in this moment. And I will say, the Grand Mage will say, "Very well. Evermeet shall grant your request. It is decided. You shall gain as much access to the Second Sundering as was within our power to grant you. God save us." And the Sphinx will sort of stand up and kind of almost cat-like, kind of do like the long like yawn, kind of like shake itself out and says, "Well, I shall be returning to the Grand Plain.
Wait,
Good luck, one and all." Oh, yes.
I know you represent the gods of the elves. Do you also represent Coralon?
One could not represent the Seldarine without representing Coralon.
I thought so. Would you carry a message whenever you happen to see him again?
He tilts his head and he says, "Very well. But before you say the message, may I impart some wisdom at a quick moment?
I would appreciate
I know
the
little.
you have.
Because I know little of the great magics of this thing you are attempting. There is one thing I know, is that the Second Sundering may have very well destroyed the world itself, if not for the intervention of the gods of the Seldarine. You will need their aid for this to succeed. So I caution wisdom."
Indeed.
and care. That is all.
I request a meeting at his leisure, whenever he thinks is appropriate. Or never, if that is his choice. That is all. Respectfully submitting.
He will nod and say, I shall pass this message along.
And he would.
It has been a most interesting time meeting these famed knights of the scorched earth. I apologize for any duress the trials may have put you all under, but I do hope wisdom has been gained. And I do think that if there ever were a group of individuals who could handle this, it may just be all of you. The gods have seen it fit to pass this lore on to you. We shall see how you reshape the world. And the great lion sphinx creature will pad gently around you all and out of the chambers, departing. Grand Mage Brethel Olither says, very well. Are you prepared now, or do you need time before you receive this knowledge? It will not simply be, to be clear, well, perhaps at best I make some things known to you before we proceed. Please. And she will gesture for you all to follow her out of the room. You begin to all walk through the halls, and as you walk through the halls, somewhat slowly, she'll begin to explain. She'll say, you have gained the confidence of Evermeet to gain this most frightful and dangerous lore. But to be very clear about something that is to be understood, we here in Evermeet do not have the lore per se that you are seeking. We do not possess some great tome. We do not possess the lore itself. We do not possess the Second Sundering. What we do possess is a window through time. It is not a magic that we use often or sparsely. It is a magic that allows those we deem fit to travel back to a point of time of our choosing, while within the guise of the ethereal plane. What we will be doing is sending you to the ritual itself, the Second Sundering. You will be invisible to the people there, unable to communicate or interact in any way, but you will be able to walk and move and observe at your leisure. It will be to you to record the events, to take notes most detailed, and come to understand the ritual as it happens when it happened in history. This is the very best we have to offer, for we dared not keep this magic so close to make it possible for it to fall into the wrong hands. She will open a door to a vast magical laboratory. You will see shelves of books that reach to a massive vaulted ceiling, huge stained glass windows depicting, not entirely stained glass, but partially stained glass, depicting scenes of elven mythology. You see shelves covered in arcane implements, tables full with magical projects, paintings that move on the walls, staves. It is an exceptional place for a grand mage to study. And she brings you over to a mirror. And in front of that mirror, she sort of points her finger, or actually uses her staff. She takes her staff and begins to sort of like poke the ground. And as she begins to slide it across the ground, these whitish purple sparks begin to emanate, sort of burning into the ground, what is coming to look like a ritual circle. And over the next couple minutes, she's going to begin to create this circle, create diagrams, and draw in sophisticated arcane markings and putting down gemstones in specific places and going around and aligning crystals and changing the lights and lowering the blinds and altering the room space for this ritual she is about to perform. As she does so, she says, I've explained, I think to the best of my knowledge, you will be sent back. Well, I will leave it all to all of you. When exactly would you like to be sent back? We will send you to the seat, the ground zero of the second sundering. You will be taken to the ritual site itself. How long before would you like to be brought there?
I feel like that's a Mordenkainen question, right? If he is the one who has to memorize the ritual.
Well, do we just need to memorize, or should we perhaps maybe the day before to listen in on conversations of them discussing it? Because maybe there's a last minute change or something of the sort. What do you think, Mordecai?
Was wise, wise counsel indeed. And may I just say, this is a large ritual. Do have I do, of course, know that I am quite proficient at these things, but every grand mage needs his apprentices, and so on and so forth. Um, I will need aid to ensure that every fine detail is recorded. This is a great, vast volume of knowledge I shall need to conjure together. I would rather prefer to have many eyes instead of just two, no matter how readily they are. So I will require the help of all. But wise counsel is what I mean to say. Trixie, yes. Perhaps a day. Is a day possible? She'll kind of like. There's initial huff of like, oh, how am I gonna pop my visions? And she starts to go like, well, I do. And she starts to like go around and begin to like swap out various jars with gemstone dust and other implements and begin to sort of like alter the circle. And she says, I can give you a day, but a day no longer. For if I send you longer, your vision may begin to blur, events might begin to change. I only have enough power to send you there stably for 24 hours. Once you hit 24 hours, reality might begin to change before you if you do not back out of the spell. And to be clear, this will be a concentration effort. There will have to be one of you who will have to be concentrating on the spell at all times. So, oh, yes. Okay.
I'm
She
quite
goes,
efficient at that.
very well. You shall be the one who's to concentrate. And she will sort of scribe your name into the ritual circle. And she says, to be clear, if you lose concentration, all of you will be brought back to this moment. This will work very similar to, much like an astral projection. Your physical bodies will be here, but your spirits will be shunted backwards into the ethereal plane for you to observe. I will protect your bodies here and keep them locked away and safe. They will not age nor require food or sleep or water while here. You will be safe.
So
Orlick says, I'll stay behind. Just no offense, but I'd like to make sure that everything remains on the up and up. Um, and she says, very well.
with that all in mind, do we want to do the full 24 hours or shorten that a little bit? What are we thinking? Because I assume we really want to make sure we're there for the actual ritual.
Maybe we do the
She'll
full
say, yeah, go
24
ahead.
hours, but we don't break it. We don't do 24 hours before the ritual. Maybe we do like 23 hours before the ritual. That way we can see into the ritual and what happens immediately afterwards.
Do you know what time of day the ritual happened at?
She goes to open her mouth, and Morden kind of goes, of course. It happened at sunrise, so that the celestial bodies were aligned, so that the sun was most readily available. And she kind of goes, yes, that is right. That is when it happened at sunrise.
So probably there was discussions the night before, I would think.
She will say, indeed, I indeed, I would expect it's quite possible. This is a ritual I've no knowledge of or ever attempted. I cannot say for certain if you'll need time before or what have you. The ritual is foreign to me and everyone else on this island, unfortunately.
Yeah. So what if you do like 18 or 20 hours before the sunrise, and then that gives us a couple of hours after the ritual, we can check stuff around. We'll need much more time before, but we might want an hour or two afterwards to investigate.
Just very well. I shall
Oh, I
time
was asking
your.
my group. Sorry.
Oh, I
I'm just,
apologize.
trying to
Sure.
get feedback.
Right, right.
I mean, all that sounds good to me.
No, that sounds spot on.
Uh, Mordenkainen says, indeed, it is good to have a buffer just in case. You never know. Um, the Grand Maester like looks around and sees you all seem largely decided and goes, very well, yes. Very well. Then I shall send you to the ritual location 23 hours before it proceeds.
20 hours before. So we have like a couple hours after.
20 hours then.
Yeah.
20 hours. Very. She'll like, and then like adjust the arcane glyphs. Just say, well, everything is ready on my end. If you're all quite ready, Morn kind of like takes out like a spare book and like flips through it and gets his inkwell out, and he's like, as soon as like mage hand kind of starts fiddling around, goes, all of my writing implements are ready for taking a record. It shouldn't be too problematic, I think. I'm quite ready if all of you are.
I'm just trying to see if I have anything to write with. I'll just remember everything. It's fine.
He goes, oh, fear not, I have extra quills, and I have plenty enough pages for all of us. I hope. This was a rather large ritual. As I was led to believe, it took many decades to begin to create the ritual. So very well, ready to go if we all are. And the Grand Maid, beam me up, Scotty. And you guys will all sort of gather in the ritual circle, and the Elven Mage will form a number of somatic components and pull from the weave great power. And her eyes will sort of glow, and her hair will sort of flow upwards. She'll speak in an unknown arcane, and unknown to all of you, but certainly to many of you, an unknown arcane language that is a deep power, and you feel the weave sort of shift around. This is not the wish spell, but it is something very powerful. Regardless, it is time magic of a sort. And with that, um, uh, uh, the spell Breathel's temporal window will be cast. And you will all find yourselves sort of being pulled, really. You feel yourselves sort of being pulled almost in like the chest area. You feel yourself being pulled, and you feel yourself grow immensely lighter, and you kind of like look down for a moment and you see your body just sort of like slump to the ground and just kind of like lay there, and you have this literal out of body experience, and these silver cords that are coming out of your chest sort of travel to the mirror, and much like going to hyperspeed, each of you will be sucked into the mirror. And then as you're sucked in the mirror, time and space will fly back. You past you, stars, clouds of mist until they all shroud across of your eyes, and you are going to be taken to the ritual site. Um, for our new party members who have just joined us, I want to just let you know where we're at. So, I'll give you a
Actually, fill me in.
recap
I zoned
of,
out a little bit.
yeah. So here's what happened. Um, you guys all underwent various trials with the council and the Sphinx of Judgment. Um, you were all tested, and though it was fairly close, the Sphinx judged you all worthy so long as an Archmage of great capability could be presented that would pass the Grand Mage's trial. You guys waited for some time as Nithroel had been attempting to accomplish this ritual. Eventually, the idea came across the group to summon Mordenkainen, for he is a good second place as needed, and Mordenkainen was indeed summoned, and he took the test for Nithroel and passed. And now the Sphinx has sort of made it clear that you have all been passed the trials, you've been judged worthy, and the elves are honor bound to aid you, which they are making good on. The Grand Maid just told you that she does not, nor does anyone on Evermeet, actually have the ritual itself. There's no book they can present you. There's no knowledge they can present you. But what they are going to present you is a trip through time, an opportunity to revisit the time and place of the actual casting of the ritual of the second sundering. And it will be on you to take detailed notes and to record the events so that you can recreate it as best you can. So that will be your job. As you have been shunted through time, you will be unable to interact with any of the people there, any of the objects. You will be much like ghosts, as you will be on the ethereal plane, viewing everything happen, but unable to influence time. So that is where we are. And let me go ahead and take you to the ritual site. Where did I put you? Here you are, ritual. A ritual. Come out to play. Where is it? Oh, okay, hang on a second. Where the hell did it go? Sorry, have a second. My ritual has disappeared a little bit. Yeah, where the fuck did it go? Oh my God, are you serious? Oops, sorry, sent you the wrong time.
They lied about the whole thing.
I lied about the whole thing. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know what's going on. Oh, this isn't it. Um, Man, that's really a bummer. I spent so much time building that fucking ritual board, and it's not here.
I see
Um,
ritual. I saw ritual.
yeah, I went. Yeah, that's it. But there's nothing on the board for some reason. Don't know why. That is. There's literally nothing here. That is very weird. I have never had that happen before. But it's okay. We're gonna use a bit of a filler. Um, Man, sorry about that. Man, I was excited to show you guys that.
I mean, maybe
Um,
you can restart Tailspire.
Maybe. I don't think. Maybe. I don't think that's the problem. I mean, it's not as important. It's not as important. What's important is we play the game. So, we will use this as a placeholder for the time for forever, I guess. All right, let's see here. Transforms. Oh, you know what? Wait, this is the ethereal plane after all. Okay, so allow me to describe where you appear. You all appear up on a high hill. It is a very tall. It is no mountain to be clear. It is a more of a cliff's edge, but it is very high up in the air. And you look around, and from this mountaintop, you can see far and wide. You can see so far that you can see deep into the ocean, to the sea, perhaps the Sea of Swords, way off to the west, deep into the water, many miles off. Um, but not so many miles that you think you could ever see Evermeet, much less the Moonshae Isles. You can see expansively, though. It's a little misty today, a little dim, a little dark. And on this hilltop, there is probably like it is a huge tower. It is some 3,000 feet tall. It is massive. It is beautiful. And it's like arcane creation. It looks more almost like a monolith of magical power than an actual tower itself. Um, you see that it is supported by large marble. There is arcane scrawlings all along the side of the actual marble. Um, the door itself is oriented due east. There's a spiraling staircase that seems to, there's windows that kind of go up and around in a circle all the way up. You get the sense there's probably a spiral staircase on the inside. And there's also many other um, spots marked in the space around the tower itself for quite a while. Like for maybe like maybe like a couple hundred feet from in all directions from the tower itself that sits centrally atop this hill. Um, you arrived here 20 hours before. The sun is up, but it is early morning, and you've all arrived here. Uh, Mordenkainen says, "Okay, well, let us buckle down and begin to take some notes. What do you say? We will need everything. Each of you seem to have a great skill about you. Any and all information that can be gathered is helpful. Everything from the way the door is pointed, to how many steps are in the stairs, to the coordinates, to everything, perhaps even how many blades of grass there are. I don't know. But record simply everything you find of note and more. That will be my task I present to you. This will require some thorough investigation. And he's going to look at you, Nithroel, and says, Nithroel, you are the most advanced caster and arcanist of the group, yes? You are muted. Bring your mic closer to your mouth.
I think now you're muted. I heard it shuffle when you repressed it.
Hello?
There you
There
go.
you are. There we are. We made it.
If you say so.
Oh, well, it's not if I say so, it's if you say so. Do you have you are an archmage, yes?
In some circles.
She's so humble.
It says, well, very well. Well, why don't me and you buckle down on the actual arcane arithmetic? I suppose we could use each other's help. So, and the rest of you, well, go find interesting things and record them. Um, okay, so let us begin the recording of the initial information regarding the tower and this ritual space. So, I want to go around to each person, and I want everyone to contribute something to the seeking. And you can be as specific as you like. Um, I'd like to hear what it is you're trying to record and analyze over the course of the day. So let's go around. Um, I'll start with you, Nithroel. You are the Archmage of the group. So, Nithroel, what is it that you would like to take record of from this ritual?
Mm, I'm thinking uh the runes that are laid.
Okay. And if it helps at all, if any of you want to do like an initial walk around and like just see the sites a little more and get a better understanding of where you are before you make that answer, that's totally fine. If you guys would just like to do like a basic exploration before deciding, that's totally cool.
Hmm.
Um, yeah,
How
so if
many
you would like to do that,
how many people are involved in the casting?
um, you look around, you expect it's going to be quite a few, like maybe 100, 200 individuals, maybe more, will be involved. There doesn't seem to be any people around right now. As far as you can see, maybe a perception check.
Okay. And this is we went back in time to the second sundering.
That's right.
Okay. That'll be 8.
It's okay. You look around, you think it's going to probably be like a couple hundred individuals who will be contributing.
Excellent. Um,
You see these like um, spaces in the grass where the grass almost seems to like be like there's almost like a trail down there. Um, are various like lines sort of like drawn in the grass itself.
Does
Various, yeah.
does it look like a big rune? Is there like a discernible pattern in these spaces in the grass?
Yeah, it seems to be like rows, like circular rows around the tower that kind of like start to go out and out and out, and more people contribute the further out you go. So yes, it's like it is a circle. Why don't you make me an investigation check, Brock,
Okay.
to
Now,
I'll allow you to roll
I figured that's the first thing
survival.
we would look at, seeing as we have this vantage point on this cliff.
Fair enough. So investigation or survival, your choice.
Oh yeah, survival. We're surviving here. 15.
15. Um, yeah, you look around. Let me see. I do have some information regarding this. I took a lot of notes. Um, right, starting the carbon platform. Here we go. Oh, those are the high mages. There we are. Okay, you look around. You are going to notice that there's different rings, and that there are sort of like inlaid into the grass. Like if you push, like it doesn't take too much to look, but in where like these sort of circles are formed in the grass, there's like a ring around, and then in that ring there are circles. Those circles have um, uh, different arcane symbols, like different ones presented very differently. Um, but there are some that match like almost exactly. So yeah, you do kind of find these like little ritual circles that are no larger than like a 5 by 5. There's like a 5 foot radius to each one. As they ring around, you get the sense that it's probably supposed to be like one individual stands in that circle and does something.
Okay.
I think for Trixie, she'll just study the casters themselves to see if any of them present like weak links or if any of them have malicious intent, to see if I can figure out if it's something within the casters that caused this not to work as well as it should have.
Absolutely. There are no casters here as of yet.
Okay, once they arrive, she'll do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can wait around for them to arrive. Absolutely. You're not sure where they are yet. Why don't you make me a perception check to look around, see if you can spot any mages or anyone at all.
31. 31.
You look around and you see that there is, you have to go out a ways. Like you look out a ways, maybe like quarter mile off in all directions, and there is a very heavy guard presence. They look to be like powerful Eldritch Knights, like all of them decorated in like just like kitted out in like crazy magic items, magical armor, and they're just like holding a strict perimeter. Um, you see that there's probably a number of like birds and animals flying up above. Maybe some people are kind of working those animals to keep a lookout. You get the sense that these grounds are heavily and carefully monitored as you stand on them. Um, and as you looked, and then because you rolled very, very well, I'll say as you look down the mountain, you do see that there is a settlement. It looks like kind of like a fort, like somewhere that was kind of established, not in haste, but certainly not for permanency. And it doesn't look too, it's a little military. But as your elven eyes sort of look down a little more magnified, like it does look like a place of almost like preparation in a way. It does look like a place with a lot of supplies and a lot of space for people to be housed and such.
Okay.
Like
Um,
500 feet away?
no, not like 500 feet away. Like it's probably several thousand feet away.
Okay.
Yep, down the side of the mountain.
A quick dimension door from that settlement to here? I don't know.
It is a thing. If some of you guys wanted to travel down there and walk around, you totally could. Totally possible. Um, okay. Is there anybody else who would like to go anywhere, like explore the ritual site itself, and begin to sort of check and see what checks they'd like to make?
If no one else wants to do anything, then I would most definitely what do I know about the ley lines in this particular place? Like, do they all
Uh,
converge here or what?
you want to study the weave itself.
Yes, as it uh collaborates with this location.
Understood. Okay, this is a pretty big check. That's no small thing that you're going to be investigating, but that's okay. You've got time. Um, roll me either an investigation or an arcana check, your choice.
Investigation or Arcana?
I'm also going to say that Mordenkainen rolling a natural 20 on his arcana check is going to follow you around, Brock, because you're sort of finding the ritual circles, and he's going to like record like specific information regarding the circles themselves and the arcana involved.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
The repeating runes
So you're
and
kind
all
of
that.
yeah, you're kind of pointing them out to him, and he's like taking down the specifics.
Can I ask what the Arcana or the investigation would get me? Like, conversely?
Conversely, what do you mean?
Yeah, like if I roll Arcana, what kind of things will I learn? If I roll investigation, what kind of things will I learn?
Oh, same thing. I would say
Okay,
same thing. Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
In
Good
that
question,
case, yeah. I will roll Arcana.
though. All right.
25.
25. Very good. You spend quite a bit of time Um, I'm gonna say take down your first level spells, as you'll need those to like perform detect magics or you can ritual cast detect magic. Never mind, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you perform various rituals of detection. Um, you go around looking here and there and studying the arcane ley lines. You see that there is a lot of very specific stuff that sort of brings this to the epicenter of like I don't want to say knots, not knots in the weave itself, but more like just like intersections where they're almost like layered over top of each other, like they almost seem to all almost like as if this was like the top of like a spider's like
Mm.
you know what I mean? Like all the like the weave itself and all of its many lines, many convergences happen here. Not an infinite amount. This isn't like the
Yeah.
epicenter of all magic,
Yeah.
but this is certainly a heavy crossroads for many ley lines. Um,
Cool.
and perhaps you've drawn appreciation for it. And everything from the dimensions of the tower is exactly 3,281 feet tall. The base diameter is 328 feet. Don't worry, you don't need to record this. It's okay.
I will.
It's okay. I'm in the
Too
meta.
late.
Too late. The thickness of the walls themselves are 16 feet thick at the base, and then they taper up to a 6.5 at the top. Um, and there's reasonings for all of this. The increase of height optimizes the function as a conduit for celestial energies, maximizing the distance through which these energies can draw and be channeled. So it's basically gives it a maximum volume of crossing these ley lines. The base diameter allows for the stability, and the wall thickness allows for the stability. The coordinates, you note down the coordinates, which I'm not going to say because I don't know if these are accurate to the map of Trill because the map changed very dramatically after the Second Sundering. But you mark down like the latitude and longitude, which is a incredibly central location in Toril for potent ley lines, as you have no doubt observed. And the elevated area connects to celestial phenomenon as well as the natural magic. So basically, is a connection between the sky and the earth and all of the overlapping ley lines. So you know all of these things. You guys are 11,482 feet specifically above sea level. There is a purpose for that as well. Putting the tower above atmospheric disturbances and environmental interferences gives a cleaner channel for magics and celestial energies. The door of the tower itself is facing due east, as east ensures that the first rays of light of the sun interact with the tower's magic, drawing greater power from the sun itself. So that is all to say, and also to kind of, I don't know, show off that I worked really hard on this. But you guys, that you see that they have taken painstaking, great care. You expect that it probably took like decades to get the measurements just right, the locations just right, and probably even went so far as to like use druidic magics to alter the earth to make putting the tower in this exact location possible. Incredible geographical changes were made to make this possible.
It's like someone used a virtual tabletop to make everything perfectly.
Kind of like that. So that's what you spend a couple of hours noting this Royale, where you're just
Okay.
like taking down all of these notations,
Yeah.
the exact footage, the exact measurements down to like the inch and so on.
Yeah. So
Um,
as far as the placement, the building,
mhm.
the location, the orientation, all the right thoughts went in to this casting as far as we can tell so far. So it makes one wonder, either A, is it just impossible for the spell to be cast without those problems? Or B, what group or person messed up that perfect calculation. Very well.
Very interesting. And a thought perhaps Nithroil might bring up with the party at some point.
Yeah.
But in this moment, let us circle back. Tamlin, Vivian, Trixie, were there places you wanted to go observe and maybe try and record? Tamlin?
Yeah. I'd like to do a few different things. Timlin isn't particularly skilled with or knowledgeable about Arcana, but um, he feels a little bit more like he's able to intuit, to notice things about people and spiritual things. Um, so are the people that look like they're about to be involved, are they wearing anything in particular? Clearly, there was a lot of preparation that went into this day. Surely each of these individuals was individually chosen, and they each individually prepared. Is there anything noticeable about the way that they seem to have prepared themselves physically for this?
The people aren't here yet. They will be, of course, but they're not here yet. Um, you guys do see that active, well, Trixie does, sees that active fort down at the base of the mountain. It is quite possible they're indeed making their preparations away from the site itself.
Yeah,
And
well,
if you guys had a mind to, you absolutely could.
yeah, could I go there?
Yeah. How do you intend to get down the mountain?
I don't know. Aren't I ethereal? I'd like to just
Yeah.
whatever, fly or float or travel through space and time or whatever.
All right. So you jump off the mountain?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have a body, right?
Well, you're walking around like you got this silver cord that's kind of coming out of your chest, which is weird, but
Oh,
otherwise you
but
feel like yourself.
oh, I appear to be affected by gravity. Okay.
Yeah, you appear to be affected by gravity.
Use the cord to bungee jump.
Oh, do I still have my wings? Do I still have my
Yeah,
avenging
I'll say that's
angel
still
active?
up. Yeah,
All
I'll say
right,
that's still up. Yeah.
then I'll fly now.
Okay. How long? That lasts like an hour, right?
Yeah.
We'll say that you
And
guys were waiting around for half an hour. It's fine. It's
all right.
fine.
Yeah, I popped it on right before we walked in, so however long
Yeah.
that took.
Plus, you guys are on a pause right now. It's fine. It's fine. You kind of and sort of fall off the front. Eagle goes off, and you go flying down the mountain, the spirit of vengeance. Open up your wings, catch the air, and sort of land. Boom! 3-point superhero landing right in front of the doors of this fort. You are here, and you're very scary, but nobody can see you. There are more of these heavily armed, very dutiful looking eldritch knights who are in these crazy suits of elven plate armor, and each one decked out with magical weapons, and they stand sentinel-like at the gates, but they do not seem to observe you.
Does there seem to be, I guess, just with these particular knights, does there seem to be any markings or signage that is anything that I guess sticks out to me in any way as being anything other than marking their, loyalty to a particular nation, court, or whatever?
Yeah, I would say that there's banners. There's definitely banners. I would say that the wood around the fort isn't comprised of just like an old Roman military fort. It's not like that. There is a very clear elven elegance to it. It is very ostentatious now that you're closer up. It is very grand. Um, it's got multiple walls that guard the central building within. So you get the sense that this is a place of clearly there's some big pride going into this, that this is a very important site. The protection of those within is very important. And it was built with beauty and design involved. You get the sense the people in here are considered to be very important.
Okay, so we know that they're looking after their physical protection. Does there seem to be any other noticeable types of magical protection or anything like that that would be no, outwardly noticeable.
Make me a perception or investigation check, your choice, to look for
Okay.
obvious magical uh, protections.
It's a dirty 19.
Um, you see like a large number of animals on the move here and there. Um, a little like out of character like there's a lot of there's like a couple of birds circling up above, flying a little low. You like look in the forest, you see the animals are very active, like scurrying here and there and looking around and running around over here. Like everything's like even nature itself seems to be on guard. You even
Sure.
hear sort of like the boughs of the trees kind of sort of shake here and there. You get the sense that like as far as like overt clear magical protections, you get the sense that there's probably some druids at work,
Yep. Yep.
who have various beasts and trees serving them as sentries.
Okay.
Um, as far as other like clearly like to the naked eye clear magical protections, I would say that's probably what you get. Other than the clearly like magically armored and magically armed Eldritch Knights.
Um, we know at some point that which sounds like it happens toward the end, that some of the gods were needed to get involved. Do we see anything, or have I seen anything on either earlier on my way down here or here, that um, suggests any spiritual preparations?
Good question. Why don't you make me a religion check, and this will just be sort of like a scan. This isn't like a thorough
Sure.
religious check. This is just sort of like a, do you see iconography anywhere? Like, is there any sign of it?
Natural 17.
Natural 17. You do a couple of the circles that Brockett and Mordenkainen were recording. Some of them look very arcane, some of them look a little out there, but clearly there are a couple that do have clerical significance. You didn't look close enough to like really understand the specifics. And as you stand here and looking at the various banners that are hung over the walls of this sort of beautiful elven fort, you do see iconography and symbols of the Seldary, which is the elven pantheon.
Well, all right. I guess one last thing that I would have probably checked on my way down here, and I'll let somebody else go. Um, does there seem to be any significance, and maybe I missed it earlier when Trixie was looking down here, but there seem to be any significance about the specific distance or orientation of this location to the tower itself?
Good question. Very good question. Make me a insight or investigation check.
That is a 14 modified.
14 modified. You look down and then you look out and you look up, and it's um it's not it's west of the tower, technically speaking, because the sea is right there. So
Sure.
long as that's where it's supposed to be, or that's where you know it to be.
So
Um,
it's we're like directly behind the tower then, because the door is facing
no,
directly east.
it is west of the tower, but it's not like a one to one. It's not like
Sure,
if you were to go walk in like fly, I guess, because it's up the mountain. But if you were to
sure,
fly in a straight line east, you wouldn't hit the tower. It's like a little
sure.
off from that.
Okay. All right.
So you don't think so?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. I think that's it for me for now. I'll let somebody else go.
Okay, fantastic. Vivian, Trixie, is there anything you would like to explore or check out?
Can I wild shape here?
You try and wild shape,
Um,
and it works. Your body transforms as it always has.
all right, I'm giant eagle, because why not?
Okay.
And I think I'll just try to get a good fly around, get good aerial views to see if there's anything I can notice from up in the air, and then I'll join Tamlin down in the fort area.
Okay. Make me a perception check, and you'll have advantage because you've got the eagle eye.
I rolled horribly, so 18.
18. Ah, man, not 18. Who'd want to roll an
That's
18?
horrible for me.
Yeah, I know, I know. I'm just giving you stuff. I'm just giving you shit.
My passive perception is better than that.
Yeah. You look around. You'll notice a couple of things. You do see from up here, you do see like the sort of rings of arcane circles, and you do see that they are kind of like it is so like as an example, it kind of goes like one, and then there's like two, and then like one, and then like two. So you do see that there's a certain orientation to the rings themselves. You do see at the top of the tower, as you fly all the way to the tippy top, you do see that there's a platform at the top of um, the actual top of the platform, and it is covered in arcane runes, and there's more than a dozen like stone seats in a circle around a central dais. So
Okay.
there's like a very intricately magical something going on at the very top of that tower. There's a platform.
Okay. So knowing that, instead of going right to where Tamlin is, I'll fly down and find Mordenkainen, let him know and ask if he wants a ride up there.
He goes, yes, it's very interesting. And Trixie come down and go,
Well,
and he goes, oh, it's fine, it's fine. And he'll cast comprehend languages. There's a little whipping sound at the end. And he goes, ah, there it is. And he hears you in Giant Eagle say, you want to ride to the top? And he goes, oh. And you will grab him and fly to the very tippy top. Um, and yeah, you land him there, and he goes, oh, my, whoa, look at all this. And he's gonna start, and he goes, if only I had more hands. Oh, wait, I do. And he is going to summon a mage hand, and we'll go to writing. And he's like, I'm just going.
I'll
His
also
head
go
will,
find
yeah.
Nithral because I feel like Nithral would also love it up here. So I'll go down and transform back into myself and ask Nithral if she'd like to go see this as well.
Thought I wasn't good enough, eh?
Well, Mordenkainen was at the base of the tower with Brock. I just
I
saw
was
them first.
literally right next to him.
I didn't see you next to Brock, sorry. Were you
That's 'cause
standing
you weren't
behind
looking.
Brock?
Actually, no. Was I? Sorry. Yes, I would love to be graced by the giant eagle Trixie to go to the top of the tower.
Okay. I took Nithral. And then, because I've left Brock all by himself now, I asked Brock if he wants to come to the fort and meet Tamlin. I'm just gonna be everybody's chauffeur. That's fine.
There it is.
Yeah, sure.
Throws Brock off the mountain because he's immune to bloodshed damage.
Ah! I have a climb speed.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. You grab Nithroel and you fly Nithroel to the tippy tippy top, and land Nithroel there. Mordecai says, "Yes, Nithroel, good, good. Come here, come look at this." And he will very like someone who's just had a huge amount of information dumped on him. He's like, and we'll begin to sort of talk to you about that. And then Trixie, yes, you can drop Brock off downstairs. And we'll say Nithroel, you've just come to sort of like the end of your calculations, and you're like, okay, what should I do? You get carried to the top.
Yeah.
So let's stick with you, Trixie, for the moment. You just want to be a chauffeur for the moment, or is there anything else you wanted to do once everyone was dropped off?
I'm going to where Tamlin went, and I'm just gonna ask Brock if he wants to come or not.
Okay. Yep, and Brock said yes. So you two fly down the mountain to Tamlin, who's like examining the outside of the fort. And you guys land there, and the three of you are together.
I'm gonna walk around the fort and inspect
Hello there.
people and listen in on conversations.
Um, the
Hi,
fort
Tammy.
is sealed and very heavily guarded. Hey, you're a ghost. You want to
Yep.
try and walk through a wall? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Do you walk like straight through it, or do you like stop inside of the wall and kind of like be inside the wall and check that out?
No, I think that would freak Trixie out. I think Trixie will just run through it.
Yeah, you like
Who
start to
turned
go
out the
through and put your
lights?
face in, and then it goes black, and you're like, ah! You're like, you like run
Yeah,
up the wall like
yeah.
it's like platform 9 3/4 or something.
Yeah.
And but it works. You guys float right through the walls if it were not there. It's a little when you hit the wall, it is like a little bit like wading through deep water. It's a little like, and then you kind of like get through it and you're fine. But it is like difficult terrain going through the wall. But yeah, you all walk through. You walk through a series of battery of defenses that include uh sure, why not? Include catapults and like mages on guard and like whatnot. And then you come to the central section where there's a number of buildings erected. There is a central one that is multi-leveled, and a couple of other ones. And you expect there's probably like, hey, wow, maybe a couple hundred people being housed here. Similar to, it's definitely more than the number up there, but accounting for all of the guards that are on duty, maybe about the right amount. It's a large fort. Um, so I'll tell you what, I'll make your life a little easier for you. Um, you want to just like poke your head through like each window and kind of figure out what each building does and kind of start sorting around. Okay. So there's a number of buildings. You do see that one is like the barracks building, which is maybe of interest to you. There is one that is, it just looks like a sleeping quarters largely. It's like mass sleeping quarters, but all single rooms. They're small, but they're all single rooms that all have like a desk and an armoire and a bed. Very nice. Um, Probably, well, you don't know. And then the main one, you poke your head through the window, and strangely enough, you see like many benches. There are sort of like it looks almost like a spa, like weird, like a spa, but not quite. There's like these, there's like many like baths built into the ground, and there is like steam coming off of some of them, but the colors are like different in each one. And there's people sort of like sitting quietly in each bath, and you will see like this elven woman sort of come out with some like really old elven individual, and she'll sort of like wave her hand towards a bath, and he'll kind of disrobe and get in and kind of like nod at the other mages in the bath. And she will take like an incense and like give it to him and then like nod her head and leave, and he'll kind of like breathe the incense in. And you know what's going on in here? It's like a real weird like spa meditative retreat looking situation in there with like all kinds of different like weird herbal baths. It's strange. But there's like many. It's like like a humongous fucking spa.
I mean, I want to go in there and listen to conversations if anybody's having conversations, because that seems really weird.
Yeah, sure. You go through your wall. Why don't you make me an insight or investigation check to see what's going on, see what people are talking about.
Good. Okay. 26 insight.
Damn, man, that'll do well. Let's see. There's a lot of talk about like arcane arithmetic. Are you proficient in arcana?
Nope.
Nope. A lot of it goes over your head. It's very much like, well, we need to align. I don't know. Um, He says, "Are you worried about the High Cleric's ability to communicate with the celestial beings?" He says, "No, of course. The High Cleric has always been um, very good, and they've been studying for 3 decades. They will know their words well. Um, some of them are like, do you think the bards are going to be doing their part correctly? In a sense, there's a lot of politics here about like, oh, are they doing their job as well as us? A little bit like, workplace drama, a little bit. where they're talking a lot about focus, and they're like, do you think the bards of the circle will be able to maintain the correct pitches for the oncoming ceremony? And it's like, do you think are the clerics, are we certain that each and every one of them, this has to be meticulous after all. You see that morale's a little shaky. Um, the people are a little worried. Naturally so. There's probably a lot of nerves that you get the sense this moment's been built up to for decades. Um, and everyone's just is hoping everyone else is going to do their part because you get the sense that from how they speak, like if one person falters, this falls apart. You know, like it's a very meticulous, careful thing. But various sort of like leaders in this little community will assure like everyone here has been specifically chosen. Those who cannot hold up their end of the deal have been cast out from the ritual. Only the finest mages of all the Elven kingdoms have been involved in this. We have implicit support. We have practiced this ritual many times without um, adding spell magic. It is meticulous and it has been meticulous for years. It will not fail. And so there, though it seems to be a very, very risky, very fragile spell, there is confidence, and it seems that meticulous practice has gone into this.
And is everyone that we've seen here an elf, I'm assuming?
Everyone's an elf, every
Everyone
single
is elf.
person.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But it is a lot of nerves and talking. There's no like plot. Nobody's like talking about like festivals coming up or anything. Everyone is ingrained
Yeah.
in their arcana and stuff. Okay. Uh, Brock, you are down here as well. You're down here at the fort with Trixie and Tamlin. Is there anywhere that you would like to, or actually, I'm very sorry. I want to hit Vivian really quick. She hasn't had an opportunity. We'll circle back. Vivian, my apologies.
Yes.
What would you like to do?
Honestly, I would like to make myself second to Mordenkainen at this point. I want to be the person who makes his existence, what he needs, easier. Whatever he
Okay,
needs to be the best at what he does, I want to be the personal assistance who makes that happen. It's not about
got it.
ego, it's about whatever it takes to protect my mistress's domain. And I believe
Fair
that's it
enough.
right now.
Absolutely. All right. Are you proficient with Arcana?
I am.
Hell yeah. Are you proficient with investigation?
I am not.
Oh, that's okay. I'm he's in the interviews as no investigation, Arcana. Where did you go to school? No, he doesn't do that. But yeah, you go and you help him out. He realizes quickly you have a proficiency for Arcana, and um, he like you know sort of mentions and makes notes to you. He uses you a little bit of a sounding board. Um, you get the sense he's very much that like he trusts in himself. Like he trusts himself very heavily. Um, but he does have you like tell him like he's writing it down so he doesn't have to do like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has you like kind of call out certain arcane runes and stuff, and he's able to help fill it out, and he'll like show it to you, and you'll like kind of approve it, and he goes, all right, good, and you'll move over to the next circle and sort of bounce things off you again. You'll say like, you see how the circle over there is related to that circle. They're the same arithmetic other than the currently the mage scrolling, and if we relate these, this is clearly meant for a bard, so if we relate that, and we'll just sort of speak about that and like different patterns and diagrams that he sees within the Arcana. And then as you go
Absolutely.
up with him and Nithroyal, we can come to that. Um, so let's get that going. I will say Vivian is your helper. I will infer that help to Nithroyal as well.
Thank you.
As you can just be like a general assistant. Sure, sure.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna say Nithroyal, if you are there.
Indeed.
So yeah, you come up with Mordenkainen, and Vivian quickly shows up. Trixie disappears. He says, this is where it's going to take place, without a doubt in my mind. And just to give you a description of what you see once more, here at the very top of the tower, you see a platform, and uh, it's got a lot of stuff. Let's see here. So it has, I'm trying to think of a cool arcane. So for Unithro, something becomes very clear because of what you've just studied
Okay.
about like the arcane lines and such. You see that like sort of drawn into patterns in the cobblestone up or the marble stone up here. It is sort of almost identical to where the ley lines would be crossing. There are intricate sort of line-like drawings across the top of it, and it makes you understand that this is like the point of central convergence. This is the place where like all of that ley line magical power will be at its most potent to be received and to span outward into the world. So this is the point of like central great arcane power is right in the center of the top of this tower. And that's the reason for the very specific height of the tower, probably.
Mm.
You see that there is a raised dais with a starstone altar at the center of the platform. Um, that again has sort of almost converging line-like designs at the very top. And it has 12 stone thrones arranged in a circle that are inscribed with both arcana and constellations.
Okay.
Uh, what would anyone like to investigate, Mithrael? What are you looking at first? Because this is the most important place where the ritual will be conducted. You get the sense this is where the most powerful, grandest mages in all of the world will sit tomorrow.
Okay. I have a couple questions.
Mhm.
Um, why the number 12?
Why the number 12? Make me a investigation or insight check.
Because it is the best number, obviously.
Because
Besides
it's a great number. Like,
that, you said investigation or arcana?
or insight.
Insight. I'll do investigation.
Yeah.
A 17.
17. Each seat, the number 12 corresponds to the celestial cycle. 12 months to a year, which would enhance the ritual's synchronization with various cosmic forces. You would
Say that
also
one more
probably
time.
notice 12 corresponds with the celestial cycle, 12 months to a year. And by making sure there are 12 mages, 12 seats, it will help the ritual synchronize with various cosmic forces.
Okay.
And I think as part of that investigation, you'll notice that the circular arrangement is perfectly, like, as I'm sure you're not terribly surprised, is perfectly distributed around. There's no one's closer, one's further, one's here. They're all very evenly and perfectly surrounding the central dais, um, ensuring the equal distribution of power among the mages.
Okay. Almost like a clock.
Very much like a clock, yes. You'll notice that as part of there's much to see. Like each throne itself has interesting features. Um, some of which are that there are actual um, like impressions in the ground and in the arms where the hands and feet should be specifically. Um, the back is sort of formed in. You'll notice that there are various arcanes, runes, and whatnot for enhancing magical power, but there are constellations as well. Very specifically along the back, whether it is to the back of the mage or the back of the throne, the same constellation, and one very different for each seat.
The same constellation and one different for each seat.
Yes. So there would be one here, and there'd be one back here. And that's the same
Oh.
constellation for each throne. And then each throne has a different constellation.
Okay. Do I recognize which 12 constellations?
You may make me an Arcana check. Vivian, you can grant advantage or roll for yourself. Your choice.
I would like to grant advantage, please.
Thank you very much.
Hell yeah.
I rolled a 2. And that time it's a 21. Thanks, Viv.
21, you we'll say that Mordenkainen is like focused on the central altar while you're dealing with the seats. Yeah, you go through them and each one has I can go through them if you want, but so one seat has the constellation Astarion, which is the celestial dragon. Um, there, and I can go into specifics about that too if you like. I'm not gonna like Nitz Royale knows I'm not gonna ping you, but if you wish to know, you can. I will tell you all of the information.
Okay. As long as my character would know, and if it becomes rela- I don't know the word.
Relevant.
Relevant. Yep.
Relevant. Yeah.
Fucking Christ. If it becomes relevant to what's happening, then you can tell me that.
Yeah, and you guys are doing great. I will be at this point. I'm just going to be keeping track of stuff that you miss, as opposed to stuff that you don't miss, because you guys are just yeah, you guys are pretty much doing like a great job. But just for fun, I will say, like, you go start going around. There is Astarion, the celestial dragon. There is Lunaris, which represents the Moon Weaver. There is uh, Vidara, which is the Green Guardian. There is Aquilus, which is the Water Bearer. There is Proxus, the Flamebringer. There is Aurelian, the Sky Dancer. There is Solara, the Sun Herald. Noctura, the Night Watcher. Uh, Thalcia, the Ocean Queen. Stellaris, the Star Seeker. Telonus, the Earth Shaper, and finally there's Atheris, the Spirit Guide. And there are each one is a constellation that you would know. Each one has an important aspect with associated runes that are inscribed on the chair. Like, for example, Atheris, the Spirit Guide, has runes associated with guidance and focus, and its function is to guide energies towards an intended purpose and ensure there is proper focus towards what it is, which makes you very much believe that there is a very deep spiritual, divine factor to this ritual. It is not purely arcana.
It also gives you your horoscope.
It also gives you your horoscope. That's like a fun, after you're done the ritual, you get your horoscope.
Oh, shit, it's like a fortune cookie.
Yep. You will die. Oh, fuck.
Your lucky numbers are 3, 7, 18, and of course 12. It's always 12.
Yeah. Everyone except for one person got the same fortune cookie, which is you have died in this process. The last one was 12 is your lucky number this year.
Is that factual?
No, it's not factual at all.
Okay, so everyone.
You're gonna have to find out.
Do we know that everyone that did this ritual died?
Make me a history check.
Uh, 16.
16. The what has been said historically is that every single person who was a part of the casting of the spell died, save one. The only person who ever survived the ritual was the most central caster, and that's it. Every other person died.
So, and is that true for both rituals or just the second sundering?
You don't know about the first sundering. This is
Okay.
you've been exclusively studying the second sundering.
Got it. Okay. Do we know who that caster was?
Uh, what did you roll again?
17, I think.
17. I'll give it to you for 17, sure. Let me see. Make sure I'm giving you the right answer here. Hang on.
I imagine for wizards, this is, you know, probably like a cautionary tale of
Oh, this is
how
yeah,
bad magic performed poorly or even performed correctly can cause terrible things.
exactly. Dude, come on, where is it? Oh, hang on a second. For some reason, it isn't. Interesting, interesting. I think this just this one little piece of information slipped by me because it was like so it felt so obvious. Um, sorry. Uh, oh, did I fuck this up? Was it,
Well, yes, that's how the second
uh
sundering happened.
hang on.
The reason he survived is he just never showed up.
Yeah, that's why he's like, oh man, I'm really late.
What fucking time is it,
Gets to the
dude?
ritual site and everyone's dead.
Oh no!
Why is there a new continent? Why is there a new
No,
continent?
that wasn't supposed to happen. Whatever,
Oh
we'll just say
no!
that's we'll just
Oh
tell
no!
Because before the ritual, it was a 13-month calendar, but they had to change it to a 12-month. But he forgot. He didn't get that memo, so he just showed up on the wrong day.
He forgot to
So
set his clock back. It's a leap
so
month.
slightly awkward. This event was known as the first sundering. My apologies, not the second sundering. The second sundering
I
was
knew it!
when
Oh.
I know, I'm sorry. The second sundering is when the world was split in half, basically. It got split into two worlds.
Oh, and we got a moon?
No. They actually became like parallel worlds. It was so basically it was actually very cool. The like I'm not going to get into it too much, but basically the world split into almost like two dimensions, and now they float on opposite sides of the sun, so they never see each other. But Dragonborns disappeared for like a couple hundred years, and then they suddenly appeared on Trill again, like a couple hundred years ago. It was
The
crazy.
fuck?
Anyway, sorry. It's a really cool event. It's not what we're talking about. This is the first Sundering, and the first Sundering is an elf only known as Starleaf to history.
Starleaf? That's a fake name.
Starleaf. Yeah, probably.
The fuck?
Fuck.
That's our culprit right there. Starleaf.
Pretty weird that you lived through that, dude.
What is your name, great caster?
Isn't that the
It's
thing that
just
Littlefoot eats in the
Starleaf.
Land Before Time?
Yeah, it is. That's
My name
exactly.
is
Tree star.
Tree Star, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what
Mother
comes
name
off
is
the
very
tree
important.
star?
My name
A
is
Starleaf.
Star
Leaf.
Leaf. Yeah, Starleaf.
Kaiser Sose.
Yeah, Kaiser says say that's right.
Exactly.
Anyway, sorry, my apologies. I mixed up my first and second sunderings. How embarrassing. This is the first sundering. So anyway, yes, the primary caster of this ritual and the only survivor of it was a young but considered to be the most powerful mage alive at this time, Starleaf.
I don't know why I'm picturing like a Maiar situation where they weren't actually young.
They're elves, man. Young for an elf, so
Oh,
you know,
young for
only
an elf.
only
That's like
300 years
300.
old,
Yeah.
probably, you know.
Okay. Hmm. And did Starleaf end up? What did they end up doing?
Uh,
What
I
did
will
the
say with
history
your
say?
check, that much you don't recall.
Okay.
To your own personal knowledge. Someone else might, but to your own personal knowledge, you just recall that she survived, and you don't remember like what the results were of that.
I mean, we'll be here to find out.
We'll be here to
Mm.
find out.
Yeah, we will. Okay. I'm trying to think of any details that I could have.
Well, if you want to roll just like a general investigation check to do with um the seats themselves, go
Okay,
right ahead.
cool. That'll be a 30.
Fuck. No, you've pretty much encapsulated all of the details of the thrones themselves. You do recognize that this what we will call going forward the runic array, which is the floor itself. Um, it is inlaid with starstone into the surface that is sort of again, it's inlaid into where all of these like lines have been made across the top. These crisscrossing lines.
Starstone, you said?
Starstone, that's right. And is also what the entire altar is made of at the center of the dais. So starstone seems to be a major material element to this ritual.
Okay.
The geometric configuration of the runic array is it's just complex geometric patterns um, of interlocking triangles and pentagons, um,
Like
concentric
fractals.
circles. Yeah. Um,
Like behind me?
kind of. It's a little. It's very geometric. It's very
Okay.
geometric. Um, yeah, and then Mordenkainen's covered the central sigils and the altar itself, whereas you have covered like the rest of the runic array and the thrones.
Mm.
So after a couple of hours, you think you've like figured out the dimensions of the tower. You figured out the platform itself. Um, let's hit up. Is there anything you wanted to do, Vivian, up here other than just provide assistance?
I take it this is all during the day.
This is all happening during the day. Yes, you
Yeah.
arrived 20 hours before the ritual, and the ritual begins at dawn the next day.
In the last long rest, I would of course checked in with my lady, but otherwise, I am here to support Mordenkainen.
You attempt to check in with your lady and even your powers of dreams, and you seem oddly disconnected from it. Not like you don't have that power flowing through you. It's just that perhaps the circumstances of this spell are making that connection a little too jarring for you to achieve right now.
I understand.
I would share with Vivian um, that it seems like this ritual is not just arcane, nor a bit druidic in nature, but it's also dealing a lot with the divine. Is there any chance that Vivian would be able to perhaps contact one of these deities?
Always possible. Which deity?
Which deity?
I want you to make me a religion check regarding your recollection of the first sunbreak.
Who?
Whichever. Both of you. Sure.
Okay, yeah.
I would like to offer the help actions in Mithril.
All right.
I feel like your religion is way better than mine.
It might be. Do you want to author with?
You want to help me instead? Moi.
Mithril, would you rather help me?
One question. Do you have proficiency in religion?
I do.
All right, then yes. Wait, what's your intelligence? No, I
That's
can't.
actually not bad. 18 on the dice. I believe that is
Damn.
going to be a +4.
You got it.
I'm
give you the
sorry,
help
I
action.
lied. It's a +7, so 18 + 7, I think, is 25.
Okay, you rolled very well. Vivian, you will make up the last of the story of the first Sundering. It's been told to you guys before, but you forget things. It's busy. You have a busy lives. But you make up the end of the story, Vivian, the result of what happened to Starleaf. So after the ritual was finished, thousands of people died, and the entire geography of the world changed, and earthquakes and tornadoes and blah 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 blah. But what was cool was that Evermeet did appear, and Starleaf was transported to the shores of Evermeet. She was the first elf to ever step foot on Evermeet, not by choice but by circumstance. And they say that when she rose in the presence of both Angrad and Corlon, and they all communed. Whether that is mythology or the truth, that is for the storytellers.
So that was Coralon, and whom else were the three involved in the?
It was Starleaf herself, Orlon, who
Right?
you know, and a goddess known as Ungarad. I will have a separate religion check for Ungarad. She's a very interesting and complex creature, that god.
What was that first one?
That would be a 21, please.
All right, 21. Um, okay, so this name. Sorry. Okay, the first one was Corlon, who is the chief god of elves, the chief deity of elves. He's the goddess of magic and music and art, um, and all of these things. Um, and then there's Ungrad, who is called the triune goddess, the one of the three, the union of the three. She has many names, many titles. Um, but Ongarad is the personification of three separate elven goddesses who combine together to create a Voltron god.
The
Um,
fuck?
and that's actually true. So the three goddesses are Andri Fenya, who is the goddess of storms and winds. There is Hanali Senil. Ooh, she has a hard name. Hanali Selenil, who is the goddess of love in the Elven pantheon, and Sehenin Moonbow, who's the goddess of illusions and moonlight and hunt. And these three goddesses have, on many occasions, combined together to create the tri-goddess Ungarad, who is the goddess of growth, protection, and wisdom. Hey, a second, is that right?
I
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's her domain. Growth, protection, wisdom is her, and then of course like unity. So those are sort of her personifications, and she's considered the second most powerful god in this in the amongst the Seldarine, Ungarad. So she is just a step down below Corlon. And a little fun fact I'll give you, Vivian, just because fun facts. Um, Back when the gods waged war, Corlon faced down his mortal enemy Grumish, the god of orcs. And when Corlon took out Grumish's one eye, making him a one-eyed god, wounding him deeply, Grumish almost killed Corlon. But these three goddesses combined together to become Ongarad, who managed to fight off Grumish and saved Corlon. So she is considered a remarkably powerful, greater deity amongst the elves. She is right up there with Corlon.
and I'm wanting to be so clear here, right? She's presenting herself here in all of this.
Yes. Yes, as the mythology states, when the ritual is complete and all the horrors happened, Starleaf, being the sole survivor of the ritual, awoke on the golden shores of Evermeet, and then rose. And when she rose, she stood in the presence of both Coralon and Angarad, as they were there to welcome her, and basically revealed to her that the ritual would have been a total failure if not for their intervention.
Okay, in this moment, can I commune with Ungarad?
Yep. let her ask her some
Sure.
questions.
How do you intend to do that? Hey,
Telepathically?
Angara. Telepathically.
Yeah.
Please explain telepathically.
Well, I mean, I am, in theory, an aberrant sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
And so the space of distance means less. So, all right, I'm going to reach out to her as Vivienne the Dreamweaver and ask, what is your will here? With the assumption of everything that is behind the Feywild, and assuming she will understand in those 4 words.
You basically pray or try and reach out through the ether to try and connect with this goddess. And you put that intention out to meet with her and understand her intention for the world. You have done so. You don't receive any sort of immediate cause and effect, much like a faithful devotee of the mortal world. You put faith out there.
Nope, that's right. That's, I just didn't get a no. That's all.
Yeah,
It was not a no.
fair
Fantastic.
enough.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's pull away from Nithroel and Vivian and Mordenkainen. Trixie, Brock, and Tam Lin. You guys are meandering around the fort at the base of the mountain. Um, is there anything you guys want to do?
Yeah. I assume we watch Trixie phase through this wall,
Yeah, if you wish
and
to.
shortly after that, this this building, it's like surrounded by grass, I assume.
Yeah, yeah.
When I step, does the grass like compress? Does it react to being stepped on by us?
No, it does not. You realize in this moment as you like try and step on the grass, you look down, it kind of your foot moves through the grass itself. It only seems to and as you sort of like begin to like really think about it, you realize your foot isn't even like fully like ground foot. Like it's a little in, a little out. You get the sense that it's almost like your own, maybe it's more like your own brain believes there's gravity and thus there is gravity, you know?
Okay. Okay, that's a little better. Then I will follow Trixie through the wall.
And so you do. And you guys are in the baths where probably like 50 mages are in various herbal baths in different groups, all seeming to like stay exactly where they are and bathe and like do various things. Like some people have crystals, some people have incense, some people have like separate water bowls they're washing their hands and like washing their faces with. And each one is attended to by various attendants. And they only enter or leave at the direction of these attendants.
Okay. I think my task here, I want to get a head count of all the people that are here, and also try and determine their disposition. Say, may they be wizards or clerics or bards or scribes or guards. I want to get a solid head count and categorize them as to what their jobs may be for this ritual.
All right. I want you to make me. This is definitely investigative. Make me an investigation check. This is like a solid investigation.
Okay. I'm going to use my inspiration because that is a natural
Okay.
one.
Fantastic. Yeah, fair enough.
That is better, but not great. 9.
A 9. A 9, a 9, a 9. Okay. You start going around. A 9. Man, that's tough. That's tough. Oh man, Brock, I'm sorry, but you're gonna go around and be like, okay, so there's this guy, and like, you're starting to like, okay, he's at this, is this, and this, and this,
Did I
and you
count him
find yourself like,
twice?
exactly, you're like
Ah,
start losing count. You're like, did I get him twice? Oh, elf, you like maybe say to yourself quietly, like, oh, elves kind of look the same, kind of like it's like and you're struggling to like. There's a lot of people in here, and they don't move around too much. Like it's not like they're shuffling a bunch for you, but it's like oh, I lost count, and you have to go back and start over, and you're struggling a little bit.
that's fair.
All right, Tamlin, what are you up to, if anything?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of wondering whether we could phase into this building without causing a ruckus, and Trixie seems to have displayed that. So I suppose that I would try to enter in as well. And I'd be looking
Hmm.
for many of the same things that I was looking for earlier, except that now I actually I'm able to see these people. So I'd like to see, are they, I guess, organizing? Do they seem to be organizing themselves in a particular way? Clearly, there are people who would have different roles. Do there seem to be people with different levels of like confidence or nervousness or, uh, you know, tranquility or um, focus? I guess
Absolutely.
I'm trying to understand. Um, I suppose the quote, obviously they're elves, but the human side of all of this, right? I mean, we can observe the surroundings and the physical atmosphere, but it seems, at least to Tamlin, um, also important, if not equally important, like what the makeup of the group performing the ritual was like.
So when you say this, do you mean what their roles may be in the ritual, or are you looking to see like more about their personal emotional state?
Yeah, I think I meant both. Um,
Okay.
we can do one or the other is good for me. But I
Yeah, we could
think I
do.
think I think specifically both separately is that he's looking for those two things. Who are these people um that either involved themselves or were chosen to be involved on like a surface like
Mhm.
social station level, but also and how did that play out in like a group dynamic sense, but more than that, like who here was ready and who was feeling kind of the crush of anxiety, that sort of thing.
Okay. I'll have you make me both, because this is a pretty thorough check. Make me an investigation and an insight, and let me know what the totals of both are.
Okay. uh The total of both was 20.
Total of both is 20. Very interesting. Okay, let me give you some information. Um, so nobody in this like bath hall is a guard. Um, all of those people outside are um like these guardians outside. They're doing their thing. But there are a number of people in here that serve a number of functions, just to give you the investigation first. There are people who are probably meant to fill into the like array outside the tower. You see that there is um, maybe like a little more than 2 dozen bards who are very like they look very like there's definitely a nervousness like maybe like that like last big cut an American Idol, basically. Like they're not in a diva way, but in very much like in that nervous, like this means a lot to them kind of way. Maybe not personally necessarily. Yeah, maybe personally. Yeah, there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of tension amongst them. Very much like you know, they're trying to be relaxed and calm. You get the sense this is meant to be a quiet place largely, so there's no like singing going on or practicing, but there are about 2 dozen mages in the building, here and there. You see that there are a number of druids who are not as many as the druids. There's maybe like um, these really old looking druids. There's about 4 of them hanging around. There are a number of wizards, and you get to, I'll say as part of the insight, you hear a number of them sort of speaking amongst themselves, and you find that there's a connection amongst some of the wizards in here. There seems to be a large number of them that are abjurers specifically. Um, and lastly, there are the rest of the bulk of the mages here are just like general wizards or sorcerers that have just like they're not specialized in any way per se, but they just have like a lot of they're just here to serve a fourth and fifth purpose.
Does anybody?
As for Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Uh, I can ask afterwards. Go ahead.
Just to answer your insight question, as for confidence, again, it's a lot of that tension. It's a lot of like people have been working up to this point for decades, many, many, many decades. And this is the culmination of that power, and it's going to happen tomorrow. There is some excitement, there is concentration, there is anxiety, there's tension. This is big. This is like just one of those people who's been training for the Olympics their whole life. And like tomorrow's if I get gold or not, you know?
Yeah.
Lots of tension. Um, that's just the general insight. As to complete your investigation, um, in a separate section of the building, in sort of more private quarters, there are 13 additional mages specifically. All of them just seem to be older, more wizened mages. They have much more very specific bathing rituals that they're attending, with various implements, candles, incense around the room, multiple attendants to each one. There are 12 of them, or sorry, 13 of them. There are 13 of them, and they're all very intensely being attended to, much more extensive ritualistic bathing, cleansing exercises being gone through, chants, hymns, all sorts of stuff.
Can I make note, to the best of my ability, of the details of these bathing rituals?
Uh, sure. As part of your investigation, I'm going to say that you've taken note. You've taken note of what they are. Maybe wrote them down even.
Does anyone here, it doesn't sound like it, but just to make sure, does anyone here seem to be of like remarkable in like an otherworldly sense? Or I mean, I understand that these are seem to be powerful, elven mages. I'm sure some of them are relatively ancient. But everybody here seems to be just like a part of the, like an exceptional part, but a part of the general elvish community, right? Like these are the best elvish mages around, but they're just the best elvish mages around. There's not like anybody here that there's not like a celestial walking through, right?
No, you don't see any divine or extraplanar beings wandering around. You don't see any even low like ASMR elves. You don't see.
Right.
What more do you want, man? They did their best. They spent years but no, it just seems to be like a community of the most greatest minds of elven magic out there,
Yep.
have come
Okay.
together here, but nothing more than that.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Okay. With that, I am going to say Aligarthus is going to appear from inside of the tower, up to the very top where you guys are. And he's going to say, Archmages, the inside of the tower is incredibly interesting as well. I did my best to take extensive notes. But the interior of the tower was interesting as well. The spiraling staircase, and he starts like going through his notes. He goes like, it is a clockwise ascent. The walls and the stairwells are engraved with various names and sigils. Um, Mages, specifically, all elven. I expect members of the ritual, perhaps. There are many crystal focuses embedded in the tower in 200-meter intervals. Um, I hope my notes are thorough, and he'll hand them over to you, Nithrael.
Hello? Okay.
Yep.
Very good. Um, Very good indeed. Um, yes,
And they are, just to be clear, as you look through them and you assess them for yourselves, whether he is an incredibly like thorough individual or he's just really doing his best in this moment, they are very thorough and well detailed research notes.
Who is this again?
This is Prince Eligarthus. This is the
Okay.
he's like, I'm still here. Just me, the guy who's been pining for Trixie since level 5.
Yeah. Yeah. Tough luck, buddy. Um.
We elves do things very, very slowly. Very slowly.
Yes, we do. Very good. I will bring this up to my counterpart, and we can see if there are any commonalities.
Okay. Um, with that, I'm gonna say you guys have done some very thorough investigations. There's been like 2 rounds of thorough investigations. I'm gonna say the sun is beginning to go down, and despite your spiritual form, you feel tiredness beginning to take you over. It will be good to get some rest before you know, stuff's gonna be happening, and you won't have as much grace and time to analyze everything that is happening. You'll have to be sharp. You'll have to be on your toes.
Excellent. Before we go to
Trixie, if you want to maintain this connection and gain the ritual itself, you will not be able to sleep tonight.
Makes sense.
We're gonna pretend you didn't polymorph now that I think of it, because that is a concentration spell.
I didn't
You're
polymorph. I
concentrating.
wild shape, which
Right, which is
I can
different. Yeah,
maintain concentration in wild shape, which is why I
you're
did
good.
it.
We're good. Everything's great. Everything's great. Nothing needs to be changed. It's all good. Woo! Fantastic.
Ryan,
Hmm.
could you please tell me a 8th level or lower spell that can be used to commune with gods?
Well, let me just pull up the divination spell list real quick. Let's take a look. See here. 7th or lower.
8th or lower.
8th or lower.
For no particular
No
reason.
particular. No, nothing.
As you know,
nothing.
good boy. Yes.
Good lad. Yeah, fine.
Hey, on another note, guys, I don't know if y'all like Chipotle or not, but they got a fucking brisket fucking bowl, bro. I've been fucking it up for the past like 2 hours.
I got some banana bread at work today, bro.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, let's see here. Oh, the 6th level spell, Find the Path. Everyone knows it. Everyone loves it.
I don't know
No,
this
it
fucking
sucks.
spell. I've
No,
never heard
it
of this
fucking
spell
sucks.
at all.
Never use it. It sucks.
That's probably good.
I would say commune. It's a 5th level spell. It is a ritual. It allows you to contact a deity or a divine proxy. And you may ask up to 3 questions that will be answered yes or no.
That sound good to me, playboy. Yes,
You want to
I
talk
would.
to a god, my boy? You want to
Yes,
talk to God today? Is that what you want?
if
I
possible.
can help you find God today if that's what you want.
Whoa, buddy. Let's go. No. I would like to use my 9th level slot to cast Commune with Wish.
Commune. You wish to commune with who, if any?
Bam!
Torm. I have your son.
I have your son. Get involved,
Torm,
or
Torm
he
goes,
dies.
I will find you, and I will kill you.
Not before I kill him. I'll see you soon.
This is a fucking meteorite. Just fucking.
Destroy the
Anyway,
whole
sorry,
fucking
sorry.
town.
Go. Commune.
Yes.
You which deity or divine proxy would you like to commune with?
I would like to speak to Ungurad.
You like to speak to Engradi. You close your eyes. You say, "I wish to commune with Angrad." Here, even in this spiritual place, um, your eyelids are tightly clamped shut.
Mm-hmm.
You focus your magical power and reverberate it through the land to connect with Angarad herself. And in your time traveling down the weave into this time that you have found yourself with, your eyes will not open, but you see within your eyelids regardless. You see 3 spirits. You see blue sparks of lightning. You see this sort of warm, sort of soft, gentle glow. You see this silvery light, this silvery, whitish blue light, like the moon itself. The 3 spirits sort of circle around each other and kind of really, really quick until they become a tube. I don't know.
Oh my god!
Oh no, what have I done? No. Oh no. There's a really cool word for it, but essentially like a donut. And then you see this triangle appear, and all this light splashes across your vision as you see this glowing, omniscient, grand elven being, white hair sort of flowing up in a single stream up to the sky like a sliver of moonlight. The lower portions of her body's nude, but you cannot see to look upon her, for the light is too bright that hits your eyes, and she has an array of like 4 sets of wings that grow off of her back, and this great celestial goddess appears before you. She is here in vision. She's grand and beautiful and terrible in her power. You may ask of her 3 questions.
A Taurus is
Right, a Taurus.
Oh,
Thank you.
I
Oh
was
my
thinking
God.
Halo.
My
I don't know.
Halo would have been better than what I said. Donut.
I mean, that's it.
A toilet
Yeah.
paper like roll?
Like a toy, yeah, like a telescope.
It's a
Um,
tube shaped like a donut.
Okay, guys, I'm speaking to a god here.
Angarad is present and says, well, doesn't say anything. She looks upon you and awaits what questions you may ask.
Ungurad. I come to you now from the time of the first sundering. I would like to ask of you a few questions. 1. What is the reason that you had to intervene during
Yes
the
or no
first
questions.
thunder. Oh. Okay.
Oh.
Was the reason you had to intervene because of a mortal's folly? Singular. Hmm?
I will sometimes
Mhm.
expand on the question just to clarify.
Okay.
She says, "It was not the folly of just one. It was the folly of many."
Mm.
So these should be framed as yes or no questions, um, but I'm willing to. I also don't want like a god appears and goes, "No, yes, no, fuck off,"
You know,
and then release. You know what I mean?
It's limited, but I
I'm
get it.
gonna, I'll like, so it is a yes or no question, but my answers will maybe be a little bit more expansive.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So she said it was not
The folly of one, but the folly of many.
folly of many. Okay. Second question. Out of the mortals that were participants in the ritual, was the ritual performed perfectly amongst them?
To the knowledge of all involved, yes.
Did Starleaf know the reason why it failed?
She never knew. And with that, you feel the light almost seems to sort of flicker out in your eyes as if your, though potent magic, your mortal connection to the divine falters. And you feel yourself almost pulled back as as if you had witnessed divinity for but a second, and your magic is not able to keep you tethered any longer, and you are sort of pulled back into the moment.
Damn, I just thought of a better third question. Shit.
Go, I'll get one more.
Nah.
You guys get in the morning.
Yeah.
All right. So if there is any conversation that needs to be had at camp, we will handle that when we come back. You'll get a long rest because nothing's gonna hurt you. Except for you, of course, Trixie, because you'll need to stay awake. That will be a point of exhaustion to you, I'm afraid. And we'll be back after a break. Let's take a break, and then we will see the ritual performed and see how well you take your final notes. Doing good so far, guys. Doing real good.
Are we?
Yeah, I think so.
You guys know what I wish I would have asked her?
What?
Did I just forget that
What's
fast?
that?
Shit. Was there a
Shit.
way for the ritual to be improved?
No, that would have been helpful.
Yeah, well, you know. Shit! I'll ask in the morning. I'm sure I won't need a 9th level spell at all, right?
I mean, another question that might be good to ask Agod is, can we pull this ritual off in any way? Or are we just doomed to fail?
I don't know, man. I feel like, yeah, they would know, but also they're not like all knowing, you know? Like, and routinely they've been shown to not let mortals surpass a certain level because they want to keep us where we are and they want to stay where they are usually. So they're probably not going to give you all of the information. As long as if they're good, it doesn't harm any innocence and all that good stuff.
Coffee's my kind. Coffee is not Coke. I've never had a latte and then punched a loved one. I never had a cappuccino in a bathroom. The only similarity with coffee and Coke is that for both, I'll be like, that with Colombia in it. Colombia don't run the most coffee and the most Coke. Has anyone in that country like slept ever? I'm assuming you're in Bogota, everyone's like, hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Wow.
My best advice for new tell you right now. People taking it. Psychology, there's
Let's do the back with every single flavor of Cholula hot sauce. 7 soft-boiled eggs with the 7 different flavors of Cholula for the second bite. Each one we're going to add some pickled red onion, some gordita cheese, a little jalapeno slice, some cilantro. Now that we have our lineup, let's get to tasting. We're going to start strong, the original. It's a classic for a reason. It's so perfect with eggs. Now let's try the chili lime. That is so fresh. Now let's try sweet habanero. I personally love some sweet on eggs. This one is perfectly sweet and spicy. Now one that I'm very excited for, tequila and lime. This one is made with 100% agave tequila. This one tastes like you're drinking a margarita on the beach. And now for a green pepper. This one is made with jalapeno and poblano pepper. This one is so bright and fresh, and that hint of the jalapeno really comes through. And now let's try chipotle. I kind of said this is going to be done soon. This one is made with 4 different peppers and of course the chipotle pepper. This one has a perfect hint of sweetness. And last but not least, let's try chili garlic. If you love garlic, you love this one. You can get all.
Give me your race face. Hi, my name is Patrice. I am a person with a disability who can do most anything. Patrice always sees the best side of life. Patrice is a big magnet for people. If it's done, she will do it. Well, yeah, everything. Looked at her and I said, would you like to be my wife?
You get married, you're collecting a social security benefit. Your benefit will be cut.
We have to have it. We'd never be able to pay for the bills. I don't take anything for granted. Plus, you're a part-time friend, full-time friend.
We'll get started when everyone gets back to the table. Oh man, they're coming in now.
Coming in hot.
Coming hot. Brandon, I got a problem. I got a problem, Brandon.
What problem?
I got a condition.
What's
And
the
the
condition?
only prescription is more space marines.
Dude, I'm about to most likely play that like right after this.
Oh, I'm staying at a friend's for the weekend, so I unfortunately cannot. But that gives you a chance to start catching up to me, man.
Have you finished the campaign yet?
No.
No?
Man,
Okay.
I'm so busy this month. I'm trying to get fucking Olympia off the ground, trying to get Eberron off the ground. I'm like,
Yeah.
I bought the game, played it for 2 hours, and didn't get to play it again for like a week. I was like,
Dude, that was me like at midnight today.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. You're just like, thanks. I love you all too.
Yeah.
I want to go
yeah,
home now.
Exactly.
I
That
want to go home
was
now.
factuals.
Oh man.
No,
I'm
it's
trying
so
to pick
cool.
I'm trying to pick a class that I like. I'm trying to figure out these chapters, man. I'm watching the thing you sent me.
I read pretty much every one of them. Like in the game, they give you like once you unlock the it's like the armory or something, you can go in
Yeah.
and
They
they
give you
have
dossiers?
kinda. They have like the different chapters and they provide a little bit
Yeah.
of lore on each chapter.
Oh.
And like they give you their colors and all that, so you know
Yeah.
why you would pick that color if you wanted to dress like them or whatever.
Got it. Yeah, I gotta go take a double look at that then, because
Mhm.
I'm like, can
They
someone just
don't.
give me a short description of each of these? Because there's like, all I can find is like these extensive wiki pages and like hour-long videos, and but man,
Yeah.
give me the elevator pitch.
The
Why I
elevator
should pick this
pitch?
chapter? No, it's all good right now. You can give me one, but right now we gotta play D&D. That's what's important. Okay. Let's bring it back in, folks. So you are camping out here, ethereally preparing for tomorrow. Do you all simply go to bed and rise the next day to take notes and prepare for the ritual itself? Or is there anything that must be done at camp this evening?
I think I would like to look around in the night for any individuals that may be sabotaging certain things.
All right, so you want to stay up all night and keep an eye out?
Yeah, I want to have a look. Look around. See
Okay.
if I see anything.
So if you are staying up all night, there will be no long rest, and you will get a point of exhaustion. You cool with that?
What do you guys think? Is it worth it?
Maybe.
Mordenkainen says, "Oh, ridiculous. Here." And he will tap a staff on the ground and cast Mordenkainen's faithful hand. And this ethereal dog will appear. He'll say, "Go, keep an eye on things. Go." The dog goes, "Arr," and will run over the tower and kind of like watchdog, like keep an eye out. Be like, "There, very good." And he'll tap his staff again. A door will appear and he'll open it and walk in.
Does he leave it open?
A hand comes out and he's like, "Come on, if you want." There you go.
I'll go in.
Vivian's absolutely fine.
La,
Like how you have a
Mordenkainen's like,
whole fucking like
I got a
item.
mansion ready.
This is Mordenkainen's mansion. Come on.
Mordenkainen's mansion?
This is
Yeah.
it.
Magnificent.
Trixie will stay out.
It's okay.
What?
She's got to stay awake. So
No.
Preposterous. I can't believe you've done this. Yeah, Mordenkainen saunters in. You guys are met with, like I said, a beautiful, beautiful mansion. You walk in. Several staircases. There's, of course, servants everywhere. There are big suits of armor in all of the various corners. And there's plenty of places to go. There's a huge kitchen, various sleeping quarters for various people. Upstairs has its own library and dining hall, big roaring fireplace, private reading section. There's even more quarters even higher upstairs, beautiful rooms full of glinting, anything you could desire, weapon racks, fur blankets, feather pillows, you name it, you got it. Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion. There's a bath, plumbing. There's literal plumbing in here, which is the first you guys have ever heard of plumbing.
Fuck is plumbing?
There's a garden upstairs.
You know I
Just
don't
sitting
mess with
around and
tubes.
contemplating. What's wrong with tubes?
You don't
I mean,
know.
yes,
It's a whole thing.
tubes are bad. Snaps his fingers. There's no indoor plumbing. Congratulations. You've talked yourself out of indoor plumbing. There's a privy for all of you there.
I figured someone like you would just, press to digitate it away.
What am I, an apprentice? Prestidigitate anything? I am Mordenkainen. I don't prestidigitate myself clean. I wish myself clean, goddammit! I'm an archmage! I am eternally clean. Always clean. Except for when I don't want to be.
Ah. Well, surely, Mordenkainen, you see the utility of not always using the strongest thing you have when a simple cantrip can do the job.
Oh, but can the cantrip do the job? Do you even want the cantrip doing the job? It's like, sure, a dagger will do the job, but why not do it with a rapier? Have some flair, have some self-respect.
I don't know. For example, minor illusion.
Why minor illusion when you can major image? Why
Because-
firebolt when you can fireball?
Different tools for different.
Why conjure lesser fiend when you can conjure greater fiend?
Now that I agree with.
All I am saying is when you become an archmage in Ithroya, and you seem to have been, you are seen to be held to a certain magical standard. You can't just be going around prestidigitating things away. You need to have big solutions.
Well, you've been talking to a minor illusion the whole time, and then Nithroel will be over in the corner, like chilling.
Well, I knew that. You're 5 feet tall over here and like proper height over there. I was indulging you.
You did not know.
Yeah, I know you're not exactly 5 feet tall. I do know that.
And sometimes
I'm going to my study, and I am going to use Mage Hand to help me read, even though I don't need to because I am an Archmage. And he will walk upstairs.
Isn't
Mordecai's
he
a little
just-
bit of a diva.
isn't
Flip
that a
his hair.
cantrip?
Is that a
You
cantrip?
know, he did. I did. He did. I'm sorry.
I'm like-
I have hair. Mordecai's bald. He wouldn't have hair flipped. He's bald. He would have
He
liked
could have
it,
hair if
but
he
I
wanted
would've-
to.
Maybe he would have hit you. If I wanted hair, I could have hair, but I don't have hair because I don't want to have hair. So how about that? He will do like one of those. He'll like flick his goatee in your direction, kind of meander upstairs.
He just said he was going to use a cantrip, didn't he?
I believe that's what he said.
I love that, man.
Where's the flare?
I don't know.
I cast Bigsby's hand
There he goes. There he
for
goes.
reading purposes. I cast Arcane Eye on top of it to read with.
Oh my.
So I can sit in my bed and be in my library at the same time. I'm casting telepathy to have this conversation with you all right now.
I think he went into a demi-plane, used Bigsby's hand, Arcane Eye, and then he used
I cast Fabricate to create this book I'm going to read.
oh my. Doesn't even have
I'm out of spell slots. I'm going to bed. I can't afford to keep doing this. I'm trying to impress my friends.
I've gone bankrupt with all of my actions. Oh, wow.
Well, I'm sure everyone here has taken meticulous notes of various things.
Yes, I have. Brock, what notes have you taken?
Oh, so many. So many notes. I wrote down
Share them. I'm
all-
sure they can
all-
help with the investigation.
all of the elves. There's at least
All
100 of them. Yeah, that sounds right. That's what I have here.
at least 100, you say?
Yes.
Okay. Well, our estimates definitely at least 100. So good luck.
Because I told you.
Uh, indeed. Okay. You wouldn't have happened to have seen anyone named Starleaf, would you? At the fortress, any of you?
No,
Any mention of a Starleaf?
not to my knowledge. Why? Why do you ask?
Tamlin, what's your passive investigation? Or actually, don't worry about that. I rolled an active investigation. Rolled a 20. You did when you were checking out those 13 mages. One of them was referred to as Starleaf.
I happened to be in a separate, secluded bath earlier, and with 13 mages who definitely seemed to be taking an inordinate amount of care with their baths. And one of them was called Starleaf.
13, you say?
13 exactly.
That's-
They had a number of attendants, but there were clearly 13 being attended to.
Okay.
Aligarthus says, you were watching these people bathe? I mean, it's for the good of the Feywild, I suppose.
Yes, this common decency is not a factor in this.
It's for science. Are we not
It's
supposed
for-
to document them and draw them in meticulous detail? What?
I suppose so. I mean,
Did you draw them, Brock?
No.
it's stick figures.
Let me see your book.
No.
It's like
Give me
stick
your
figures
book.
with
No.
big circles.
Give me.
Here's my pen.
These are for me.
These are for me. For
Hey,
those
Brock.
cool nights.
What would you say Brock's Oh, I know what your biggest fear is. Never mind.
Tubes.
I was gonna say not being the strongest person in the room, but
That's also true.
Also,
There's-
there's many things.
a tube being stronger than that would end you. That would absolutely destroy you. As
I
as
can't even comprehend such a thing. I don't know why you'd say something so ridiculous.
I gotta
It
write
would
that
never
down.
happen. It's my fucking pen. Oh no, I didn't.
Well, how
Um,
about yourself? What have you found out?
Not nearly as much as I would have hoped. And she like opens up this fucking like extra like huge book and just like it's got like folds and pages. Oh my god!
That's the Brock Meadow book drawing, I
Brock!
imagine.
Exactly. That's it.
And he's doing the Wolverine.
There's dozens of them. Hey, there's not even any pictures in here.
Well, yes, I was writing. So some things that I found. The ritual will include around 200-ish people.
Furiously writing that down.
There are runes in the grass. And they seem to correlate with a massive convergence of ley lines. Just energy pathways that spiderweb across the skies in Turil. I believe in other planes as well. Heavily correlated with many ley lines. The latitude and longitude, as well as the height of the tower, width of the walls.
I know some of those words.
Yes, width being around 16 feet. The height 3,791, somewhere around there, 292 something. And it tapers off at the top to offer excellent dispersal of energy, maximal, from what I can gather. At the top, most interesting, there are 12 thrones, stone thrones, all made of starstone, as well as the altar in the middle. So you have the 12 stone thrones, and then the one raised dais in the middle, which would account for your 13 magi. And each throne has a different constellation, which is interesting. Some being Asterion, Lunaris, Buddha, I can't pronounce that one, and various others. A thing that I found interesting before we came here was the fact that with a commune, I was able to speak to Ongorod, one of two gods that met with this Starleaf to greet her, as she was the first elf to step on the golden beaches of Evermeet. And Ungarod told me that it was the folly of many individuals, not just one. It was the... What was the second? Damn. Ryan, do you remember the second question I asked?
Let me think. You asked, like, was it the folly of all of them?
Oh,
I don't remember.
I
Really.
asked,
it?
was out of the participants that participated
One
in
of
the
them was,
ritual,
did Starleaf know?
yeah, did Starleaf know the reason why it failed? And
Yeah, that's the last.
she never knew. The second one was out of the participants that participated in the ritual, did they perform it perfectly or whatever? And I believe she said yes, they performed it perfectly to their knowledge or whatever.
Yeah.
Which is kind of
They
obvious.
believed that they performed it perfectly.
Which means that they may not have had all of the facts, just most of it.
Or... And this has kind of been eating away at the back of my head. I don't know how time magic works and how we got here.
It's very complicated.
Is it at all possible that our involvement here could be the reason why they fail?
You know, interestingly enough, I was wondering if there would be any way for us to alter or interfere. Not for my personal reasons, of course.
I mean, time is weird, but if we're here and this is the past and the past is now, were we always here? Just on the other side?
One could say. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I'm giving myself a headache.
Yes. I mean, I'm not fully versed in the spell of which we are here with, but I am curious if one could exit the ethereal plane and enter there, as in back in time's material plane.
It might be tricky to do without our bodies, and I'll pull on the tether.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, I suppose it does make sense that we would not be able to interfere. Of course, us being in the ethereal plane, maybe we could see someone else that was also sneaking around in the ethereal during these days.
Maybe.
But one thing is quite evident, and that is there are many points of failure to this ritual, seeing as how there is not just one individual that needs to perform, but it seems like there is several rites that must be passed at least a day prior, very particularly. So just the margin for error on so many 200 something individuals, and the fact that they are all elves. I'm sure we will gain some very enlightening information on the morrow. And one thing that I didn't mention before, the 12 thrones, they coordinate with the celestial cycle. That scared the fuck out of me. Woo! Yeah.
That was Mordenkainen.
Yeah. Sorry. I went to 1969 for 2 seconds. But the 12 thrones are arranged perfectly equidistant and spaced apart, and it seems they are arranged like a clock. So not only does the 12 account for the 12 constellations, but it also accounts for the 12 months in a year, 12 hours for half a day. Like, it would seem time has quite a big impact here. And all of the constellations, they have some meaning towards life or safety and power and all types of things.
So if it's all right, just for the sake of expediency, Nithroyal and all of you review your findings for the day. As you have all heard one another, that information is shared. We acknowledge that's all shared. So you guys spend like an hour talking through your various details. Some of you might be more interested than others. I wanted to pop by Trixie really quick. Trixie, is there anything that you specifically wanted to do outside of the mansion?
It's nighttime, so I guess she's just gonna study the stars. Is there anything that's lined up? Anything like constellation-wise? She's just doing that. Any shooting
Yes,
stars throughout the night, that sort of thing.
Make me a, let's call it a nature. Let's make it a nature or arcana check.
Well, we're gonna go with nature then.
Okay.
Bad. 8.
8. The stars are very beautiful tonight. They're
Yes,
very
they are.
pretty. They're lovely and twinkling, and they make you feel hopeful.
Sounds good.
Which isn't a bad thing. Nothing wrong with feeling a little hopeful, you know?
Yep.
And you hang out, and this ethereal dog will come up to you and kind of stare at you for a little bit, and then walk away and go back to guard dogging. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll just walk around for the rest of the night.
Cool. Keep an eye on things. Check it out. During your patrolling and caution, nothing approaches the tower throughout the night. Not even an animal, not even a bird, other than the smallest bugs or the smallest creatures. Nothing approaches the tower, as if the nature itself seems to be warding anything too large from approaching. Meanwhile, back in the mansion, you are all given rooms to sleep in. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss before bed? Okay. That being the case, you all find your way to sleep. Long rests are had by all but Trixie, and the ritual is to begin tomorrow. If any of you sleep in, each and every one of you gets like a firm tap on the door twice from Mordenkainen's staff. And if you don't get up, maybe about 10 minutes later, you are like shunted through the door as the demi-plane folds in on itself and you're like thrown out. If you do get up, there's a very quick breakfast waiting. Just very simple, poached egg on English muffin with hollandaise sauce. Very simple, nothing too fancy, just like you just grab them and go, right? He heads out of his mansion and turns it off, and anyone who was too sleepy gets thrown out. And you guys are there, and it is still nighttime. But the skies are starting to show those barely turning blues colors. The dawn is approaching. And more importantly, the power of various teleports and teleportation circles are going off in great mass. And hundreds of mages find themselves appearing up on the top of the mountain. They all walk with intention. They all know where they're to go. There is no great orchestrator. There's no great individual who is coordinating, and there are no speeches of victory. There are no speeches of glory. There is simply intention. There is an understanding of roles and what is to be done. Maybe that speech was had last night or earlier this morning, but as we are here now, it is like a quiet march to preparation's sake. You, Trixie, I'm just going to give it to you. Given the colors of the sky, you expect you're about an hour away from dawn itself. The sun will probably peak the horizon in about an hour. So the various mages begin to assemble themselves. Indeed, all but 13 find their way to various spots on the outer, what did I call it? The outer runic array. They all find their way there. The various bards, the 4 druids, the other mages. Some kind of like leave once everybody's set. In fact, a great deal of them leave once everybody's set, and they just exit the ritual space and sort of teleport backwards. Where one of them sort of marks on the ground a teleportation circle, and they all walk through it one by one and vanish. And they all come to set themselves. You hear some of the bards kind of preparing themselves, setting tones and such. There are a couple of individuals that seem to be almost like conductors a little bit. There are various mages that all have their wands and kind of like flicking the wand. There's a little off the end, just sort of like getting loose and feeling themselves. Everyone here is prepared, and you guys see 13 much more heavily decorated mages head into the tower and disappear into the tower. You have an hour before dawn. Is there anything you'd like to do in that hour? It might seem like a lot, but it is not a lot of time. You'll have to move quick.
Let's see what they're doing in that tower.
All right, you're going after the people in the tower. Who else?
Ryan, what
Yes.
was the reason that the elves wanted their own piece of land?
Roll me a history check.
Why does anybody want their own piece of land?
A 10?
A 10. A 10, a 10, a 10. You were told a while ago that actually it was last session, so you weren't there for that
Ah.
specifically. So where there was a pretty decent piece of insight put into that. But
Mhm.
as far as you know, you kind of think of it in a more general sense, like it seems that humanoids have a taste for more. And that seems to be the taste that a great many sentient beings have is for more. Uh, Elves are a somewhat vain race, or at least um, a race that believes itself above the others, whether that's arrogance or not, probably. Um, you perhaps it's any number of reasons. You can't think of any historical fact specifically about this event, but you do look at the breadth of history and go, they
Makes
probably
sense.
just wanted more. They probably thought they deserved more.
Hmm. Very interesting.
It's also worth pointing out that would be probably the most singularly impressive feat of magic any humanoid has ever achieved to the date of negative 17,600 ER.
Yeah, that's a while ago.
Yeah, that happened about 20,000 years ago. Okay, so Tamlin is going in to go follow the 13 mages. Who else is doing what, if anything?
I would
Pip
like to
stays
be
with
there.
Tamlin.
You're gonna stay with Tamlin, Vivian, cool, Mithroil.
I'll do the same.
Um, Mordenkainen will look at you, Mithroil, and says, I will stay down here. If you go up there, we should divide and conquer. What do you say?
That sounds good to me.
Oh, he like looks at the what is now several dozen mages. Says, oh, you got the fun one. Remember this, you owe me.
I shall.
All right, let's get to work. Yeah, go ahead, Trixie.
I'll wild shape as a giant eagle again, and I'll just kind of the entire time kind of flying around, just trying to see the bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I'm gonna do some
under-
similar. I'm probably just gonna sit on the cliff and watch from above. I
Okay,
assume
fair
there's a
enough.
pretty good vantage point up there.
Yeah, well, actually, no, this is at the highest point. This tower is the highest point on the hill. So there isn't, you can sit on the cliff and like look off the mountain, but you won't have a larger view of the ritual. You can sit on Trixie's back if Trixie's willing.
Are you saying sit on top of the tower and look down?
No, I thought the cliff was like looking down at the tower.
No. So it's kind of like that where it's like a cliff face, and the tower sits right on top. Like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It is at the highest point of elevation for quite a while around. Yeah. So okay. So maybe
But
Brock, you hang out with Trixie.
actually, I'll let Trixie have the bird's eye view. I think I might just wander around amongst the hundreds of people out here.
Cool. Fair enough. Mordenkainen, um, he says, "All right, you're up." And he nods at another Mordenkainen, who goes, "Right." And
Oh.
they start running around the circle, and they're like furiously taking notes of like each person. There's like a mage hand with a separate book beside each one. So there's like Mordenkainen and Mordenkainen 2 have like 4 books going at any given moment. They're like, and there's a lot of people, so there's a lot of notes to take, and this is all happening very fast. So I'm going to give Mordenkainen and Mordenkainen 2 a some rolls
Here.
here. Yeah.
Oh, I would while I'm doing this, I want to look. I want to see if I could see anybody that's exceptionally nervous or fearful. Do I smell
Okay.
fear?
Well, you know what? If you want to do that, I'll allow it. If you want to werebear, try and smell some fear. I'll leave it to you. You can make me. If you're trying to smell fear, I will give you. You're a werebear. I'll give you because you have keen senses, right? You have keen senses for smell.
Yes.
I'll give you advantage on a perception check if you want to try and smell fear in the
All
crowd.
right. And that will be 23.
23. You smell fear. Um, there's a lot of like nervous energy. There's a lot of like nervous smell, but there's like there's like you go around and you find like 8 separate individuals who are like fearful, who are like actively fearful. Um, and as you like go up to them, it's not like they're like looking around at everybody like they're gonna do something, but they're like it's definitely like a mind game for them. They're like
Mhm.
they're trying to like keep themselves cool. So
Okay.
there is fear. There is fear here. Not many, but there is fear.
All right. It's worth keeping an eye on these 8 individuals.
Fair enough. Um, okay. And like I said, Mordecai's running around, taking as many notes as possible. But the merry band heads upstairs, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
What did you say about those crystals that go along the staircase or whatever?
Um, let me go find that for you. So you follow them up the stairs. You would see that it is a clockwise ascending spiral staircase along the walls, sort of built up along the wall of the actual building. Each each step has a name engraved on it. They're all elven names. I believe Aligarthus assumed that they were members of they were mages here, because the top step has Starleaf wrote on it. Um, and they're all elven names. There's also arcane sigils along the walls, as you like during the ascent. And there are crystal focus points embedded at 200-meter intervals along the tower. So it is like a geometric sort of like all the way up, but they do have exactly 200-meter intervals between each one.
Okay. And do I get the sense that power comes in from like the sun through the door and up, or does it go from Starleaf to the 12 mages and then down?
Would you like to stay and wait for the sun to rise and watch and see how the power travels through the tower? You could
I mean,
stand at the top steps and like look down if you wanted to, because it's open space.
yes, if I can. That
Yeah,
way I
the
can
the
look at.
entire the interior of the tower is basically hollow, except for the spiraling staircase that winds around the outer wall.
Okay. Yes, I
Yeah,
definitely
so you
would
could stand
like
at the
to.
top step and like look down and watch it happen and still be close to the
Okay,
top.
that sounds
Yeah.
good.
You're quite a ways up, but it's possible. As you get to the top, you will notice that you'll notice that like the at this point, like it's only been like a couple of minutes, maybe like 6 or 7 minutes since you guys stepped out, but you'll notice that the weather has dramatically changed. It went from that like partly cloudy evening to like utterly clear skies, perfectly clear skies. Very quickly, very sort of out of the blue, like those clouds are gone, vanished in the thin air.
That's on
And you can
purpose, I
see
presume.
all the way to the horizon of the sea. in one direction, you can see all the way to the horizon of the land to the east, and then the mountains of the north and the peninsulas of the south. You have a full visual range of the horizon now.
Which is probably by design.
It would be a very suspicious weather change if it weren't intentional.
That tracks with all the druids.
Yep. Okay. So let's see what happens. You guys see. So you at the top of the stairs, you will see all these mages sort of like ascend the tower, and you are going to see 12 of them find their way around the platform and take their seats in the various thrones. And the last being this woman. You see this wild elven woman. She looks very youthful in her face. But elves, it's very hard to tell the age, but she's probably not she's probably past her first century or two, to be sure. Let me see here. Come here. Just want to see if I can get you a better visual description of. Unfortunately, not. Okay. They all take their places. This Starleaf woman walks up to the altar, and sort of stands there and kind of like prepares herself, just kind of takes some breaths. The various mages sit in their seats and they kind of like look amongst each other. There's some nods shared. Many of them like are thinking and focusing and preparing. It's very much like the concert that has been prepared for 6 months, and now's the time for the big first performance. They've done the notes, they've done the rhythms. There's no more practice now. Now's the time. That's kind of the energy you're gathering.
And I'm just taking notes like this whole time, by the way.
What kind of notes?
Notes on their preparation, the things they are saying, their gestures, and how the power goes up and down the building.
Okay, make me an initial investigation or Arcana check to sort of look at the various, because the new element is the people. That is the new element for you up here. So get a minute to analyze these new individuals.
Inspiration. A 20.
A 20. I'll say with a 20, you like closely analyze each individual, and based on various implements and symbols they possess, it is obvious to you what their mastery is in magic. Of the 12 high elven mages on these thrones, there is a high enchanter, there's a high diviner, a high invoker, high conjurer, high illusionist, has all of the various schools of magic. Yep, high abjurer, high necromancer, even a high necromancer. There is a high bard. As far as you can tell by
I bet he is.
He's like, oh, well, this is a crazy party, man.
Jim
why are we sitting here, man? There is an archdruid. There is a high cleric, and lastly, there's a what you think to be some kind of master astrologer of some kind. Their robes are decorated with astrological symbols. They have like various implements on their person that are sort of due to this. You're not totally sure. You've never really encountered a like astrology mage, but maybe that is a magic long lost time. This was 20,000 years ago, after all. Maybe this is a type of mage that doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, it's Mickey Mouse and Fantasia.
definitely take note of that individual.
Hit you with that lost magic.
Yeah. Hit me with that lost.
Let's see. Okay. Is there any? So that's what you do, Nithroel. You spend that hour closely analyzing the various individuals and their various thrones and identifying what their purposes are. Um, is there anything anyone else wants to do specifically as you await the dawn? Okay.
Yeah,
As the
no, I
dawn,
don't think so. I
yeah.
think probably just inside the, a number of the details that you've already mentioned about the inside of the tower, probably, if it seems like Nithroel is paying more attention to the individuals themselves.
Okay. I am going to say, um, so you all seem to be in various positions. Trixie, you have a bird's eye view of what's going on. Brock, you're sort of weaving around the crowd, keeping an eye on the more what you would consider to be perhaps the weaker links. Um, Tamlin, Vivian, and Nithroel are at the top, which is frankly the most important part of the ritual, presumably, as it is the most central part. So here's what I'm going to say. So this goes through a little smoothly. I want a group investigation check,
And you'll get the average.
and I'm going to get the average of that. I will be contributing the rules of both Mordenkainen's to this, but this will determine how well you guys keep track of the active ritual ceremony, which will be things will be happening fast, words will be said by many individuals. It's how much you're going to pick up on. And I'm going to tell you off bat, there are what with 6 7. You have 8 individuals to the nearly 100 people here. Each one with a specific movement of the hand. Each one with a specific word, length of words to say. Bards with very specific pitches. There's a lot going on, and you could all roll 30s, but you will miss things. Just to be very clear up the front, this is just how much you get. 100% is impossible, just pure manpower. But let's go ahead and see just how well you guys do.
What about Aligarthus? Is he here?
Aligarthus is here, and I will be contributing his role to this, absolutely.
Okay.
Gonna use my inspiration because I rolled a 3.
Yeah, I should have saved mine. But oh well.
Oh, well. Well, good news is more.
That's better. Much better. 18.
Mordenkainen gets a 25. Fake Mordenkainen gets a 20 modified. Aligarthus. Oh, fuck, Aligarthus. You don't. Okay, guys. You rolled 10. Who else?
Yeah,
Tamlin,
it's
what'd
a
you get?
13. Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. 13 for Vivian.
Flat 17.
17 to Tamlin. Triswin.
18.
18, very good. Brock Meadowbrook.
6.
Yeah. Nithroel.
16.
16. Cool. Mordenkai's like, everyone get out of my way! Fuck! That is a average of 15. You guys average out a roll of 15. Okay. Allow me to demonstrate to you now what happens next. Let's see if this track does it right. Okay. The mages have assembled. They've taken their positions on dedicated stone seats at the top of the tower. Through your investigation, you would know from some writings here and there that this is the Tower of Elandrathil is the name of the tower. 12 high elven mages sit in a circle atop the tower, with Starleaf at the center, the surrounding mages, and the chorus of bards take their position at the bottom of the tower. You guys see, let's see. You see before the sun rises, you see Starfire. Oh, cool. Someone's name is Starfire? Wow. Hang on a second. You see the High Enchanter. And, oh yeah, you see the High Enchanter begin to say arcane words, and with their arcane focus make arcane gestures and sort of tap multiple sigils on their own throne and sort of whirl the wand around their heads, speaking arcane words at length. You will see the runic array at the top of the tower here activates. You see magic begins to flow through the stones, what are they called? The sunstones. All begins to sort of glow in the light. The array awakens with power. The High Diviner uses her magic. And as that magic begins to flow through, she sort of casts spells on the array and makes sure that magic begins to flow through evenly across the array, and carefully so. They wait until the first rays of starlight peek across the top of the horizon and hit the front door. And indeed, Mithroyal, you see this magic that hit the runic array begin to like flow down through the tower, sort of alighting all of the arcane sigils on the interior of the tower, including those crystals through it, begins to sort of glow. And as the sun hits the door, the magic almost seems to travel right back up to the top of the tower, right to the topmost central runic array. You are all stunned to begin to hear a single voice rise in the dawn. Starleaf, the central caster, begins the ritual with a low melody. Her voice may be low, but it reaches wide, for the surrounding mages and the bards below. There's a melodic resonance. The song is complex and begins to blend notes designed to attune the energies of the weave of the rituals that is needed. Each note seems to correspond to a specific school of magic, creating a harmonic resonance that binds the mages together. Magic flows once more back down the tower and out into all of the bards, the chorus of bards and mages below, sort of binding them to the ritual, into the circle itself. This is only Starleaf's song, and she is clearly a bard of no small power. Her power alone activates this ritual, flowing the magic between all of the various high mages here at the top of the tower, binding all of the different schools of magic together. And in that moment, a chorus of bards is heard down below. The master bard here at the top of the tower begins to lead the chorus like a conductor, harmonizing with Starleaf's song. The bard's music amplifies and spreads the song's effects, ensuring that the entire array begins to resonate with the intended frequency. The bards use their instruments, each enchanted with elemental and transmutive magic that you can see from down below, to deepen the ritual's power. The music weaves through the tower, filling every corner of it with magical energy. As you all stand in the tower, it permeates with magic. You feel it in your veins. The High Evoker channels raw magic power into the array, hoping the power of the elements, fires pure magical force into the array and gathers it from the surrounding environments, drawing in elemental nodes placed in the tower's base. Something you guys missed. There were elemental nodes in the tower's base that begin to flood the tower with fire and ice and air and water, and various elements that begin to swirl and surround and create a balance of magics, the power of the elements. The High Abjurer then casts his magic forth, abjuring these elements to not destroy the tower. It contains the immense energy, preventing it from escaping or becoming too unstable, or even destroying the tower itself. The High Conjurer manipulates the energy flow, directing it through the runic arrays and towards, towards something that's coming. He's sort of pulling it through various conjuration, almost like portals. He's pulling it away from the tower and out into some other energy source that you are unaware of. You see the High Astrologer begin to use their magic and align the ritual with the celestial bodies. He calls upon the power of the constellations etched into the stone seats, ensuring optimal timing for the ritual, flaring off the various thrones with their innate power. The High Seer begins to channel divine insight to guide the ritual, speaking divine rhetoric and almost direction to the other mages to be careful, more, less, directing as they go, guidance from the gods themselves, ensuring the alignment with the elven gods is perfect. The High Elementalist draws upon the elemental forces from the 4 cardinal points. The 4 druids, fire, water, air, earth energies converge at the center of the array, merging with the ritual. The High Transmuter stabilizes the elemental energies that continue to flood into the ritual, ensuring that there is, again, perfect harmony. That seems to be the key, perfect harmony. At last, the 12 elven mages in turn channel portions of their own life force into the ritual. The High Necromancer oversees the process, ensuring that the life force is transferred smoothly and doesn't harm the mages so that they cannot continue their ritual. The life force is absorbed by the runic array, which begins to pulse with a powerful otherworldly energy. The array becomes a conduit, connecting the mortal realm to Evander. You feel a connection with the celestial has begun. That magic is flooding up into the air and into the heavens, connecting to the outer planes. Everything begins to synchronize. The energies are not misaligned. Everything is correct, on the spot with the ritual. The energy flows through every mage, circulating between them and Starleaf herself, and creates a powerful network of magic that reinforces the ritual's potency. All at once, you look off to the west, over the sea, and you see a great gate, a celestial gate of magnificent size, open over the sea. It seems the very fabric of the world is changing, and indeed it is. Starleaf's melody shifts to a higher, more intense pitch, the song now focusing on opening that celestial gate, pulling it open and driving Evander into this world, the chorus of bards following suit. The High Conjurer... the High Conjurer and the High Diviner manipulate the space between realms, and the magical frequencies is amplified by the High Bard. And eventually it begins, the unveiling of the celestial realm. A surge of energy bursts from the array, reaching upwards towards the sky in a massive shot of pure power. The air around the tower crackles with magic, and the celestial gate has fully materialized at this point. A shimmering portal forms above the tower, gradually expanding, sucking all of this immense power, life, element, song, all of these things travel up into the eternal landscape of Evander, and you see that celestial realm become visible above the tower. Finally, we come to some of the loot. We near the ending phases. You know the ritual is almost complete. A series of powerful anchor spells bind the gate to the mortal realm, preventing the portals from collapsing and ensuring its stability. Abjuration's shield erected around the gate to prevent malevolent forces from entering through this portal. This is immense power that is traveling from our world and into theirs, and theirs into ours. Together to draw pieces of Evander's essence through the portal. All of these mages come together. Their essence is pure, divine energy. It is carefully funneled through the runic array and in and down into the mortal realm once more. It's like a slingshot, Myth Royale, where magic is being sent down into the earth and then shot back up even more powerful, almost like momentum is being used for magic. The power shot down in the power of the earth, binding with the elements and firing up into the celestial realm, and all that magic shooting back down. It's like it's shooting up and down and gaining power through the tower itself. In the final stages, the song begins to fade into a softer, more calming melody, signaling the closing of the celestial gate. The bards mirror this with their instrument, gradually reducing the magical intensity. As the gate begins to close, it grows unstable. The anchors begin to shatter. And the song of Starleaf picks up once more as she comes to a fever pitch to try and stave off whatever calamity may be coming upon them, but is too late. Once more, as that magic shot up into the air, the bard gathered that energy and fired it back up into the air to support the stability of the gate. And as it went up with such great power, so must that great power come back down even stronger. As it comes down, it smashes through the tower. The mages, their life force is fully sucked out of them. Hundreds of years of life pulled out in an instant as the force steals it from them as it channels downward. Elements burn and collapse the tower. The mages, all this energy shoots out of them like a shockwave and fills their body. And literally, these people explode in pure energy force. The rocks in the ground begin to shatter. The entire mountain sunders, and there's a massive flash of celestial light as the portal shatters and cracks and breaks. You're all blinded. And seconds later, you're just floating in midair, looking over desolation. The mountain you were standing on is sundered. The land for hundreds of miles is quaked open. Like the gods themselves came down and sent a mighty fist to the ground and shattered all of creation. You are standing at ground zero, the epicenter of magnificent destruction. The continent is sundered in half into many pieces. New lands are created, new lands are broken apart, old lands destroyed, and thousands of lives die. You cannot hear their screams. You do not witness the deaths of how many people die. But when this much death happens, and all in the same moment, those who are living, those who are as powerful as you, with so much magic in their veins, you feel it. You feel this wave of death that befalls all of the world, especially where you're standing. There's not a single fragmented sign of a tower. There is not even the slightest sign or of any recognition of the mountain you were standing on a moment ago. There's not a single mage, not a skull, not a piece of sinew, not a drop of blood that's identifiable. The mountain you were standing on, and all of its people that were there, the fort below, the tower, simply disintegrated into nothing. The force of magic was so intense, it destroyed a mountain to nothing, like antimatter. And the ground around it, as I said, pure geographical calamity. Earthquake upon earthquake upon earthquake. You see off in the distance mountains almost sort of capping as they cannot handle the pressure anymore. Lava beginning to flow down. Many mountains on the horizons. Storm clouds begin to pick up above those said mountains. The seas grow wild as massive tidal waves hit the shores. It's like the world has ended, but not for one island that wasn't there before. For all this, one island. You wish to remain in this space for the next hour.
Where is the survivor? Starleaf?
She would be on the island.
Okay.
Apparently, Corellon or Corellon and Ungarad. Apparently, they intervened to limit the destruction.
And what could have been had they not intervened?
I don't know. I missed the elemental portion of this. And it also seems that a bit of the power that was taken or gathered up here went down and either into or from some other place.
Mordenkainen will say, then we're waiting for it. We should go to Evermeet. See the conclusion of this ritual. The final result. Perhaps there was some final secret left revealed.
Indeed.
Then let us be away. And I can teleport everybody over there.
Yep. And you've been to that beach technically yesterday. Technically yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to make it quite. You all form into the circle around Royale and maybe take one last look at the utter devastation of an entire continent before finishing. You appear on a beach. And how lovely is this beach? Golden sands, beautiful trees and life green. The realm of the gods pulled into the mortal world. How many souls died? How many people who had nothing to do with any of this paid for this island so the elves could have somewhere different to live? You look back from the shore to the mainland, and it is gone, ravaged by large waves and fire and smoke and sundered earth. There's nothing. I would like someone to make a perception check or a survival check to see if they can't track down wherever Starleaf ended up.
Just one person?
Whoever wants to. It could be anybody. It could be
Survival?
Yep, survival or perception. Multiple people can do it.
Well, that fucking sucked. 17.
17. That's okay. What was it? What were you rolling?
They're both the same, so survival.
Survival. You look around down the beach, up the beach, and you think you kind of spot down the beach. You do see there is a familiar form sort of laid face down, very off in the distance, but they're not moving.
I point in the direction. Tell them what I see. I start walking that way.
I'll follow.
They follow Strixie.
Run.
Okay, you run.
We all look ridiculous because we're trying to run on sand.
Yeah, not the hottest
It's
look.
very good for the calves.
Oh, you know it. Setting the scene here. Here in the dawn. On the beach. Sorry, I can that's it. There we go. You come to this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful beach. And you see this elven individual who you do indeed identify as Starleaf. Rouse. This bard woman, this elf, turns around as you all approach. Just stands up and looks at Evermeet, and her eyes sort of water with like elation, and he sees the beauty that she has conjured, and she is beside herself with joy, with happiness. She looks around, she's like, she kind of laughs to herself. She goes, "Damn. Oh, it's pretty." She's like crying. Like kind of, there's a moment of like pure bliss and joy where she like sits down, like she like gets on her knees on the beach and like feels the white sand between her hands and feels it and sort of lays in the sand, looks up in the air, and just like in a moment of pure bliss and excitement. And there's a moment where she kind of looks around and she sits up. She kind of like realizing she's alone, and she like looks across the water and she squints her eyes a little bit. She has the elven eyes, which means she can look quite far. She goes, where is this? What is these broken lands? This land was supposed to be created off the shore of Beirut. What is this broken land? There are two great flashes of light. Blindingly so. Nithroil, you recognize the form of the many-winged, nude and utterly beautiful and fierce and passionate goddess that is Angarat. Her hair sort of flowing upward like a ray of moonlight. And beside her is a long, blonde-haired elf with brilliant green eyes and flecks of gold in his skin. He wears beautiful green tapestry-like armor with cloth bearing over it. Two gods. They stand mighty and graceful as anything that ever existed. You'll never witness such grace, none of them. She turns around and falls to her knees and averts her eyes. And you see Ungarad looks past to the sundered shore with tears in her eyes. And Orlon says, "Rise, rise, creator of this island. And she will rise and say, "Great gods, Ungerod, I am honored to be in your presence. I did not create this island. It was the work of many, of the great elven powers. We created this land. We honor you, good gods of the Seldering. Though not everything went as expected, for it was no. No, it did not. Look now. Look at what we've done. Look at Feywild. No, that's not Feywild. That can't be. Ungerod says, the fault is in all three of us. In all Elvenkind, in all of the elven gods. So much we had hoped for. Corlon said, and such magics to be achieved, such greatness to be held, such belief we had. And Starlight falls to her knees. She goes, Feywild. And she goes, what of the other mages? Corlon says, the losses to our people are more than I can bear to say. The Elven, time of the elves, is past. This island, with thy name Evermeet, shall be indeed a sanctuary for all elves, but for all elves that remain, not far fewer now. Starleaf sobs, she cries, and she does so unconsolably for near 10 minutes. The two gods just sort of like look past the sundered land. They are gods, and they have seen much devastation in their lives. But even for them, for these immortal beings, this is a lot. Eventually, Starleaf conjures herself. She goes, how do I live with myself? Everyone I know is dead. The world is gone. And for an island, for this place, it wasn't worth it. Orlon says, it does not matter. It has passed. And though there must be mourning, we must accept the hardships, for it is the way of all immortal things. And so, it is. Ungerod will sort of lift Starleaf's chin, sort of look her in the eye and says, but all is not lost for the hope in your heart, Starleaf. For we would impose a task upon you, one that may cleanse your soul of these great sins we three have committed. She goes, anything. Anything. If it takes 1,000 years. Anything. Ungerod will stand, nod at Corlon, who will point his hand up the beach and rise it. And as so he commands, a great tree will grow up out of the ground. A beautiful tree, the likes of which you have never seen before. It is less a tree and more an artifact of pure magic. You see that it is many branches with no leaves, and then it begins to sprout leaves of blue, as all these blue lights, small little blue lights, travel across the sea and find their way to the tree. And for every leaf is one of these blue lives, or blue souls, becoming glowing blue leaves, and a great tree is created. And Ungerod will look at Starleaf and say, it is to you then that we entrust guardianship of this tree of souls. For within lies preserved the souls of these elves who died in the creation of Evermeet. Their ancient power, the high elven magics, shall be stored here until such a time as the secrets of high elven magics are lost and needed for a great cause. And her eyes will turn to look at all of you. And at that very moment, she looks at all of you. The first creature to acknowledge you on this space. Coralon as well, his eyes turn. He looks at all of you. The concentration breaks. The hour is up. You're all pulled backwards up the silver cord, and you feel yourself gasp for air as if you hadn't had air in your lungs for a day, which you have not. But you are alive and well, and color returns to the world, and you are laying on the floor of the Grand Mage of Evermeet's floor. You are on this island. You have seen much. You have seen what was. You have seen the devastation that it became. And now you have many secrets that could lead you to the very same devastation for your family. And it seems the gods have a path for you. And that is where the session today.
Damn.
So when I had seen Ungarad during my commune, she had seen me 20,000 years ago. If the time works that way.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Damn. Just damn.
She's
Damn
eternal.
indeed.
She is a goddess. She is immortal.
Shit. That was awesome.
That was cool.
I'm
I need
sorry
to
if got a
unpack
little
that.
monologue at the end.
That was amazing.
Fuck.
Ready to do it again?
This